In this video, we're going to do something we've never done before. This is a compilation video for the Xmaxx. Now, we've been paying attention to the analytics around here, and the Xmaxx is the absolute king. This one gets the most views out of any RC we've had on the channel, and we've heard people say that they really enjoy listening to the videos and watching as they wrench and all that stuff. So we decided to put all of the Xmaxx videos in one place in one big video. This should be pretty cool. I hope you like it. All right, so our first video takes us all the way back to the beginning, and you know, some of the older videos I have a little trouble watching because we were still working on sound, video, and all that stuff, and it's always a process. But still, this is the video that started it all. So this is the Xmaxx unboxing. This is where I get the one for my birthday. Robert gets to give it to me, but it came from Tina. It was a really special time. I hope you enjoy it.
Hey y'all, it's Rob here. Hey, I got something very fun to do today. We've both been looking forward to this particular car for quite a while. AJ's wife went out and bought it for him for his birthday. He doesn't know about it yet, which I think is awesome. And unfortunately, she's got to work today, so I get the privilege of handing it to him for her. So let's go out there and interrupt one of his videos that he's making right now. And let's get this thing unboxed and let's get playing with it, because I'm just excited about it as he is.
Just a little bit, it's not really noticeable when you're playing with it. With the MT10 now, we switched it over to the brushed system, and we took it out, and it acted like a crawler for, I don't know, 5 minutes, and then that was over. It was all, what's going on, Rob?
Hold on, dude. You're going to love this.
I'm shooting a video, man.
I realize that.
This doesn't happen all the time.
Check this out, buddy.
What the hell?
Happy birthday.
Really?
Tina.
Oh, dude. You know how long I've wanted one of these?
Yeah.
You see,
I do.
Tina got this for me?
Yeah.
I have the best wife ever. Really? What color is it? What color is it?
We got to open it up. Find out.
Oh, no. It's orange, dude.
Oh, they got the dot.
It's orange. Cool. Let's get it on the bench and pull it open. Oh, dude, I really like the artwork on the box, though. All the sand and stuff, it makes it look outstanding. Got a little damage, though. Should be okay on the inside, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. It's just a box.
All right, let's get a look at it. I love this part. Tina got this for me, huh?
Uh-huh.
Good Lord.
I'm a little jealous.
I have the best wife ever, dude, I'm telling you. Oh, it's upside down. Okay, we gotta flip it over. There we go. Hang on to that for a second. Oh, we gotta get a look at that. Dude, come and look at this. It completely fills the box.
Oh, whoa. This is huge.
Dude, check this out. It completely fills the box. And that's a big box. Alright.
Smell the new.
Oh yeah.
It's like a new car smell, literally.
Okay, pull. Oh yeah. There it is. Wow. So, looks like the radio bundle's right there. I haven't unboxed one of these yet. There we go. There's the parts bundle. Look at that. You can tell the suspension is zipped down. Yeah, there we go. I've never taken those out yet either. Well, it's not going to be as satisfying, but
There goes the plastic.
there goes the plastic. You know, I like bright colors. Normally I go for green, but I'm really digging that orange.
That's bad, man. I like it.
That's nice. Okay, let's set it aside. See ya. Okay, so we've got looks like we've got a big zip tie here. Oh yeah. One down. There we go. Dude, I'm like jittery. There we go. Excellent. Okay, ready? We gotta see what that looks like with the body on it. Look at the size of that thing, dude.
That is bad.
Look how big that is. I'm like 6.5 feet tall. Look at that. That's cool. We need to do a suspension test. Sweet. Dude, look at the size. It's as big as my hand. That's killer. Okay. Let's have a look inside. Check that out. 8S speed control, motor, radio box, servos buried down underneath there. You know, I haven't had a chance to really dig around in one of these things yet, so this is going to be definitely a first impression kind of video. Oh, I did notice a problem though. We have a small problem. We use EC5 connectors here, and it has the Traxxas connectors. I might have the adapters. We'll have to go and see. Well guys, hey, Rob had to take off. You know, he had work. Zach stopped by for a short period. He had to go as well. That just kind of leaves you and me. So we're going to dig into this X-maxx, and one hell of a birthday present, I gotta say, but we're going to dig into this a little bit, and we're going to see what makes it tick. We're going to go through what comes in the box, and let's start with the radio. So this seems to be the average Traxxas radio that comes with most of the cars. It has minimal controls up here. I haven't had a chance to go through it. I do know these kind of radios are quick, and I've heard good reviews on them, so that's the radio that comes in the box. Also, we get the packet that comes with it, and in the packet there's a toolkit, there are some foam blocks, there's a speed gear in there to allow you to gear it up to go faster, and there's a manual and a sticker kit. There's also a plastic block set here, and I'm not really sure what those are for. Like I said, I'm new to this car, so I can only go with what I know at the time. There are a couple of foam blocks, and I know these are for spacing out for smaller batteries. So that's what comes in the packet. So between the packet and the radio, that's to be expected. Now the car itself, let's bring you in close and we'll take a good look at it. Okay, so to get inside of this, it's really nice. They put a singular latch on the car here, and you just turn this to the side and lift. That unlocks the body, and then you lift and pull, and it comes off in one piece. It's got good bracing in there, and the latch system seems to work pretty well. On the inside of the car here, you'll notice several things that are kind of curious, and what it is this here component slides outward and it rolls back to allow you to put the batteries in. It doesn't require any Velcro. It's just a snap-in deal. There's one for each side, so putting the batteries in this vehicle will be very simple. As long as these latches stay in tight, the batteries should be restrained within the car. Plus, with the foam blocks, you can size it to fit your batteries to absorb any unnecessary damage they may incur from trashing and rolling and that kind of thing. Also, you'll notice that I did find the Traxxas adapters for the EC5 connectors. So now I can run my own batteries. I put those on real quick just to make sure that they did work, and they do go on properly. So that's a good thing. In the short term here, let's take these off and get them out of the way. So what we have here is a pretty good motor from what I understand. It's a 1275 kV, and it's supposed to be plenty powerful to run this car. I've heard that there were problems with the earlier model of the speed control. We'll find out whether this one holds up. Everyone seems to be recommending the Max 6 to put in here, and I happen to have one, but I want to run this first and see what comes of it. I've also watched several videos that explain how durable this car is, and it's supposed to be one of the toughest cars out there. No car is impervious to everything, but this has really durable arms on it for the suspension. My understanding is that all of the suspension arms on each corner are the same. So you can buy 4 packets and install them in all 4 corners, and those work well. However, I hear that there may be a weak point in the hub carrier in the rear. That could be an issue. I also did a little research and discovered that RPM, which I am a fan of RPM's materials, RPM also makes the hub carriers and arms for this vehicle. Now, in many of the videos, I've discovered that the arms aren't necessarily in need of replacement. These are durable straight out of the box, and I've seen a lot of people upgrade the wheels and tires and put larger or belted ones on it. My understanding of that is the best all-around tire for these is still the ones that come in the box. So that also adds a little excitement to what I'm experiencing here right now. Like any RC car, you're going to want to clean your steering assembly, make sure that it stays freed up, easy to function, and it should last you a good long time. I've done some research, and the parts for this are not overly expensive. So look, you're always going to break something in your RC car at some point, especially if you push them the way we do. And when you do finally have to buy parts, an average price is under $25 for a chassis. You know, these shock tower mounts, you know, it's basically a third of the car, the chassis, a third of the car. These aren't overly expensive either. They are infinitely cheaper than buying the metal components. Also, the majority of this vehicle is plastic, and that, in my opinion, is a very good thing. With the composite plastics they're making today, this is a lot more durable, and plastic has a tendency to flex as opposed to bend. So if you slam a metal chassis car down on a tough surface, it can bend the chassis and it'll retain that bend and it'll stay that way. With the plastic cars, 9 times out of 10, in my experience, it'll flex and come back. However, with the X-maxx, there is a weakness. Right under this little cover is the center drive line, and this is what connects the front to the back of the car. And that's just a tube. It looked to be aluminum. I haven't taken this apart yet, but it looked to be aluminum. And when you slam this down hard, the chassis will flex a little bit. And when it does, it has the potential to bend that center drive shaft. Not a huge thing. It's kind of a pain to get to from what I understand, but it's an easy repair and it doesn't cost much. So that's nice. The shocks are big, they're durable. The reports that I've seen on it say that these shocks hold up, they don't fail very often. They're a really strong component to the car. Now this one is still set up with the stock gearing. A lot of the people that I've paid attention to switch that out for the high-speed gearing that comes in the packet. However, I like to run things as they come out of the box to get a feel for what they were designed to do originally. So when we do finally gear this up and I get Zach and Robert on site, we're going to take this car out and we're going to run it against the Kraton and probably the Italian and just see how it compares to what we consider to be our larger cars. This car dwarfs those cars, and in a second here I'll lay out a few cars for you to see the difference in scale. I knew the X-maxx was big, but when I took it out of the box, I was shocked at how big it truly is. So let's try and get a few cars up here real quick. I mean, you can see some on the shelves already, but we'll get some up and put them in a side-by-side comparison to show you the actual girth and size of this car. Like I say, I'm 6.5 feet tall, and look at how big that is. And this is just the chassis and tires. When you get it all put together, there we go. Get it all put together, there we it actually has a lot of size to it. And for me, that's fantastic. There's just nothing about this car that I don't like immediately out of the box. I do have one point that I would like to show you. If you take a look back here, the wheelie bar, although it's made out of good composite material, appears to be just hung on two little arms right here. Now, I don't know how durable those are going to be. I've seen a lot of guys take those off to start with. And I'm kind of torn on that. Should I remove them? Should I keep them on there? I think I'll leave them on to start with, and if they're an issue at all, I'll take them off before I utterly destroy them. So, in the short term here, let's pause, and let's get some of the other cars up here and show you a difference in scale. So we'll start here with the X-maxx, which is a 5th scale vehicle, arguably the largest one in the house. Then we have, this is the Kraton EXB, and it's got the version 3 body on it, and I did change out the tires and put something a little more rounded for pavement and whatnot. I took off the big tires, that's what's on that. This is a Associated MT10, which is the rival, and that's a 10th scale 4-wheel drive, and it runs roughly in the same class, being 4-wheel drive and basically a monster truck. Now we have a Losi Triple XT. This is a 2-wheel drive racing buggy, and it's an impressive little car, but it's still smaller than the others. And then on the end we have an S-maxx, and it's a small 4-wheel drive vehicle, and it's a monster truck of sorts, but it's a small one. Now, to get a better view of that, let's come to this side, and you can see the difference in scale between the S-maxx and the X-maxx. The X-maxx is substantially larger than any vehicle on the bench right now. Now, size comparisons aside, this is supposedly a very capable vehicle, and I will be excited to see exactly how capable it is. I'm told that this is one of the best all-around vehicles you can get. It doesn't do anything better than everything else. There's always a car in a class that can outrun it, outjump it, whatever. But this car is reportedly able to do everything. So it can jump high, it can do stunts, it can run up on 2 wheels and be sustainable that way, and it does wheelies for days. So this seems to me like it's just going to be an exciting vehicle. Plus, the sheer size of it is going to allow this vehicle to go through areas that the other vehicles simply can't. When you get into weeds and brush, the other vehicles get hung up real easy. This has substantially more weight and power in it. I would see this vehicle being able to really cut through the brush and just be more fun outdoors. So as soon as I get with Zach and Robert, we're going to battery this thing up and take it out and have a run. And then we'll let you know what we think at the end of the video. Okay, so we're out here at our favorite park. Yeah, you're blocking, dude. You're blocking. We're out here at the local park, and we got the X-maxx ready to get it. Here, the fan's running. So she's ready to roll. We also have 2 more Kratons and 1 Italian ready to get it, and we brought the ramp. So this is what's going on.
Hell yeah. I got part of it. Three, two, one, go. Body's off. Oh, I got you. Oh, dude, there goes my wheel.
Okay guys, so we're back from our runs and we put this through its paces to some extent, and we've discovered a couple things that, you know, I understand that the weather's cool outside. It makes plastic a bit more brittle than it normally would be. But we did have a failing in a couple things, and initially I was, upset's not the right term. I was disappointed because I figured the X-maxx would be tougher. Day one, when we went out, it was snowy out, it was cold out, and I cartwheeled it down the path, and it broke the front bumper here, and it destroyed the mount in the back as well. And those two items, you know, that's not such a big deal. Those are kind of light plastic, easily replaced. It didn't take long to get those. They'll go right on. And they weren't expensive. So that's okay. I just expected them to be a little tougher. I did do a little online research and found out they do make a pretty tough bumper for it, but it changes the look of the vehicle and it doesn't really do it for me. So we're gonna stick with the stock bumpers on this. Also, we had a problem with the hub carrier and it instantly turned into 3 different pieces. And the damage is significant for what it is. You know, it did, initially I didn't think I got hit that hard. It looked like Rob came at me from the side and we kind of came together, but that's not the case. After discussing it with him, he was trying to wheelie next to me. We kind of had a cross platform. He hit me under power, and these are big tires. So when he caught it in the front, it just twisted it right out of the hub carrier. And really, if you want something to fail, you want it to fail as far away from the car as you can. I did buy some tougher hub carriers, and of course these are them. This is just a standard replacement kit. It's got the fronts, the rears, the C carriers. The whole set was there. Again, these weren't very expensive, but still, I ordered some aluminum ones because I would rather have the arm fail than the hub carrier. I mean, it's just a weird thing for me, but that hub carrier should have been a little bit stronger. And I did watch a few videos just to try and get my head around what happened, and it's a common thing for the X-maxx. So if you're gonna run the stock stuff, which is not bad, order up a new set just to have them with you, because at some point you're gonna need them. Also, to protect the body, I bought one of these, and you have to go looking for these things, and what it is it's a body protector that goes on top of it. So it's gonna sit right up there like so, and that's going to protect the top of the body to some extent. Now, there is some drilling, there's some reaming, and there's some wrenching to get this attached to the roll cage assembly that's inside the body. And it comes with a decent instruction kit that will show you how to do it. So that's a nice little upgrade that you can put on it. Now, I have 3 questions. Question 1, was it cool? You can't get a better birthday present than that. It is outstanding, absolutely fun to play with. It does go through batteries a little faster than I anticipated, but we did get to run it for quite a while. The first time I only broke the bumpers. The second time I ran out with no issues at all and had a good time doing that. I kind of went out by myself on that one. Third one I went out with Robert. I had a couple of batteries with me. Unfortunately, I got halfway through the first battery and we were done. So it seems to work that way for me a lot. If I plan a bunch of batteries ahead and go out, something breaks and I wind up discharging my batteries the hard way. Because when I go out to do this stuff, I don't take my tool kits. I don't take even the portable one. I go out to shoot the video and come back. And you know, I do this so you can see what's happening. So question 1, Was it cool? Absolutely. This thing's a blast. Question 2, how durable is this car? And overall, I'd say it's a pretty tough vehicle. If we were running at 80 degrees outside or so, I'm pretty sure things in here would have been a lot more resilient, a lot more flexible. I also understand that if you take this plastic and you spray it with WD-40, it soaks into the plastic and makes it more limber, a little more pliable. And that might be something I'll consider in the future. And question 3. I guess I don't have a question 3. Question 3. Would I buy it again, I guess? Yes. In a heartbeat, I would buy this again. So this is AJ from AJ Jam Studios saying, dude, happy birthday. All right, so there was the first video, and that one brought back a lot of memories. You know, it takes a while to get all the equipment set up to do a decent production, and we learned everything the hard way. The next video it came in right after that. Not too long after that, Robert had challenged me to go out to our local area and take a lap and film it. So here we go with the Take a Lap Challenge, video number 2. Hey guys, those of you familiar with my channel will remember who Rob is. And Rob's a buddy of mine. We've gone to his place to play. We've done the Mojave video together. And the other day he got a hold of me and he challenged me to go out to the local dirt bike track. And this isn't a big hilly track, it's an off through the trees kind of track. And do 1 lap around the circuit with the X-maxx. Rob, challenge accepted. There we go. That's a lap. And that's the end of that. Okay, so there you go. That was the Xmaxx challenge. And there was a space between that video and this one. The one that's coming up is the brutal review for this orange one. And the thing about the challenge and the unboxing video is it showed me how frail these things are out of the box, and they do require certain upgrades. There are videos coming that talk about that. There's an on the block and a what's your build. But right now, let's get into the brutal review. You've seen the thumbnail and you know what's coming. Today we do the brutal review for the Traxxas X-maxx. Now this thing is big, it's bad, it's awesome, and I've been waiting for this video. You know, I have criteria that we have to meet. Have to have it for more than 4 months. We have to run minimum 12 sets of batteries, and this has heavily exceeded that count. And it has to make at least 1 group event, and this has done way more than that. We've accumulated so much footage for this, we kind of had to condense it down to a highlight reel, because we've had it for a long time now and we've had a blast, and this goes out with me on the regular. So I've got a lot of footage. Keep in mind during this footage, when you're watching it, keep in mind that I push it beyond to see what breaks. Now I don't intentionally try to break it, but I do run at stuff hotter than I normally would. I push things farther. I'm not afraid to break things because, let's be honest, I like working on these things. They're a lot of fun. What we're going to do is go over this car. We're going to show you what we had to change. We're not doing things just for fun. We replace things that are broken, and then we upgrade things so that they don't break again. If I break something a couple times, that part's getting changed out for something else. We'll show you what we changed. We'll explain why we changed it. I'll give you the part number to what we changed it to, and we'll show you what those parts sell for in today's economy. Once we get past all of that, we're going to ask our 4 questions. Those of you that watch this channel, you'll know what they are. The first 3 are rated 1 to 10, and the first question is this thing fun? That's question 1, guys. Is it fun? Question 2, is it durable? And that means now. That doesn't mean what was it out of the box. We already did that video. This is how durable is it now that we've made all the changes. And question number 3, is it worth the money? And that includes the cost of the upgraded parts, not just the car. We're going to show you all of that, and then we're going to show you where it places in our list. Now, keep in mind, if you've seen the top 15, you know basically where it was out of the box. But things change, guys. It may not place where you think it's going to. So let's get on with it. Before we get into the actual review, let's take a look at the footage. Like I say, it's about 4 months worth of footage crammed into a cool little video for you so you can see all of the punishment we put this car through. This is, after all, a brutal review. And what would that be without durability testing? So you're going to get to see all of the durability testing we've done for this car. We like to hold it a little longer. We like to stay pinned and see what happens. We like to see cartwheeling. We like to see tumbling. We like to see crashes. But we don't intentionally try to break them. We run them full blast, and if something cartwheels and breaks, great. That gives us something we can show you, that we can show you how to improve on your car to make yours tougher.
Perfect! Woohoo!
First up, let's talk about the radio. Now the TQ, it's a really good radio. This is the one that comes with it, and it's got the gyro built into it. It's really comfortable in the hand. I've got big hands, guys, but it is really comfortable in the hands. It feels stable. It's not light and flimsy. It feels pretty good in the hand. The spring tension on the trigger, it's nice and firm. It gives you a really good feel when you run it. The spring tension in the steering wheel, very good, very precise. It's got decent range, and the reaction times are really good. So in my opinion, you don't have to upgrade the radio, guys. This one's pretty good, but of course the option's yours. You can change it if you'd like. And while we're at it, guys, let's go ahead and talk about the handling. Now this car handles really well. Like I said, the radio has a gyro in it, which does help. The tires are nice and firm, and they do swell out and grip the ground really well. The nice thing about it, check this out, guys. Look how big this is. Now, I'm not holding it away from me, as you can see. Look how big it is. I'm 6.5 feet tall, guys, and this thing is huge. Now, the cool thing about that is, you know, this will take a tree that's about that big around while it's laying on the ground, and you can usually just power right over this. Now, you don't want to catch it on a corner because you can break arms doing that, but if you hit her square on, you can usually get straight over them. This thing runs in nature really well, and that's something I'm very impressed with. It really does handle that situation really good, and if you've seen the videos before, you know that's where I like to run. On top of the handling, I like the way this thing handles the crashes and smashes on the body. Now, this is still the stock body, guys, and it's in pretty good condition overall. I did mangle the back when I came down just right on the back of the car, but it flexed back into pretty good condition. There's a little line across here, there's a little tear there, there's a little tear here, but other than that, look at this, guys. It's still in really good shape, inside and out. That framework really does help, and like I say, this is the original body. I haven't changed it yet, and I really like this feature. Drop it on, push it forward, click it down, and it's on. There's no hood pins to play with. In my opinion, that is a very slick way to handle it. If you do take a brutal impact, it'll just cast the body off the cartwheel, and you just pick the parts up, stick them back together, and away you go. And it takes very little time to do so. On top of that, guys, let's talk about the tires for a second. Now, these are the ones that come with it, and I did rupture one of those, and what it comes down to is this thing, people try to rock it back and forth and get it on its tires, you know, when it's turtled. And they do that, but the tires, after a little while, they soften up and they don't handle it as well as they should. So what happens is these things get thinner when they stretch out and balloon a few times. They get a little thinner, you get a small cut in it somewhere or whatever, and as soon as you spin it up, it handles the straight spin up pretty good, guys. But what happens is when you're spinning this up and one tire makes contact with the ground, let's say this one touches the ground, okay, with the differential action that's in there, it's going to transfer all this power to this side, and it's going to double the speed of that tire, and it's going to take it out really far until the tire gives. And it's not that it can't handle the speed. If you're running at top speed, it handles that just fine. But in the differential, if you lock one tire down, it doubles the speed of the other one, and the tires aren't rated to take that. Now, I don't want to change out the tires because these work really well. They're light, so they're not as heavy as some of the aftermarket ones. And the problem with adding tires that are heavier is from the swing arm point to the edge of the tire, that gives a certain amount of leverage for the weight. So what that means is this car is built to handle the weight of these tires at the distance from the swing arm point, so it can handle it. If you put more weight out here, then your arms are going to fail more often because there's more weight giving more leverage to break more parts. So if you're going to change tires, try to keep something that is similar in weight to what comes on the car, because that's the way it's designed. So let's go ahead and get down inside this beast and I'll show you what we've had to change. Okay, so the car inside here is pretty much stock. It's still got the stock motor, stock speed control, stock servo, and stock radio. Everything is just fine. I do have the Traxxas connectors on here, and I am going to change those because we do use EC5 here, and I'm just not a fan of these. That's just the way I roll. So everything on the top end here is all stock. However, we did destroy the front bumper and the rear bumper. This whole assembly, we've changed it twice. And I knew these were going to be weak points. I knew they were going to be a problem. Keep in mind that part of the time we were running this car, we were running it at a really low temperature, so I understood it then. It's warmer out now and I'm still breaking these things. I think they need to be just a little beefier down in the arms here, but it is what it is. If you want the look of the car, you're stuck with these. I was really surprised that the wheelie bar held on. This is a really tough wheelie bar and I have been unable to break this. Now, on the other side, take a look down here, guys. So we've changed some things in here. Now, I've repeatedly broken arms in this car for the stock ones, and therefore the arms just don't seem to handle the weight as well as I would like. So I did switch everything over to RPM on the arms, and I have yet to break one of these, and I have tragically crashed this car a few times, and the RPM arms hold up way better than the stock ones. So I've made some pretty good changes here. Right here is the steering linkage, and that, if you take a look, connects to the outer hub carrier. Now, I broke several of these, so I went ahead and changed it over to aluminum one. That did add a little bit of weight, but I think it was worth it. Also, with the RPM arms, it's a lot more flexible here. It takes the flex really well, and we have the RPM outdrive carriers. Now, initially, if you want to take a look at this, I went ahead and replaced them with the stock ones. Now, the stock ones aren't very expensive. You can see that right there. They're not overly spendy, but they are a pretty thin looking part. There's a lot of perforation down in there. It's just not a very strong part. Look at all the channeling that they put in it. This is solid and it's oversized. It's bigger than this and it's really durable, and the same can be said for the back. So when we get to the back ones, you can see that, see all the holes and the channeling inside there? They do that to keep the weight down, right? But it also adds sort of a frailty to it. When you take a look at the RPM ones, they're bigger. There are no openings. This is solid plastic and it really holds up well. Now, initially when I broke these, I went ahead and I put the aluminum ones on them, and these are really strong. They're a pretty good part. But we did find a problem with the aluminum ones, and what that is the aluminum ones, when you have them in here, it's a really solid piece and it has a tendency to snap these pins off, and I broke several of the pins with the aluminum ones in there. But the RPM ones, they're soft, they'll take the flex and it won't transfer it to the pin nearly as much, so it hasn't broken any pins since I've switched to those. So just to touch on the tires for a moment, you know, these aren't overly expensive considering their size, but I still think they're the best tire for the car. Weight and power, it can handle both. However, they do spin up they pie out pretty thin when you get that RPM going, and it's hard to find a tire that can put up with that. I've even blown belted tires on some of my other cars when they spin up so fast that the belts can't even hold them up and it pops them. So, you know, these tires I think are still the best tire for the car for all around use. And let's talk about the shocks for a minute. You know, these are great big shocks and they handle everything pretty well. I've had no issues with the shocks. They function properly and I haven't even had to change the oil in them. The suspension works very well. Everything is very smooth and the shocks handle the weight perfectly. I haven't even had to adjust them from the box setting. So I'm really impressed with the shocks. The chassis is still in good shape. I haven't had any drivetrain issues to speak of. And come on guys, you've seen us beat this thing around. We've punished this thing properly and it holds up really well. So in my opinion, it's time to get on with 4 questions. Question 1, is this thing fun? You know, it's kind of a silly question when you really think about it. Yes, this thing's fun. It's one of the biggest beasts I have. It's super fast, it's super fun, and with the modifications we've put into it, it's super durable. Now, I haven't experienced any drivetrain issues, no servo, no speed control, no motor issues. The gearing is still good. I don't have unnecessary sounds going on in it. And this came straight off the shelf. The wife bought this for me for my birthday, and it's just one you go and pick up in the box. So it's not like I was sent a special one. This is as stock as they come. Now, we did make our parts changes, but the drivetrain and the controlling system is still stock and working perfectly. As far as fun goes, is this thing fun? Absolutely. This thing is an utter blast to play with. So where does it rate on the fun scale? Well, for me guys, I'm gonna have to say this one rates 9 out of 10 for fun. And question number 2, is this thing durable? Absolutely, this thing's durable. With the modifications we've made to the car, this thing is as tough as they come. Like I say, I haven't experienced a whole lot of the issues some of the other people have. I can only rate this car as I see it in front of me. This thing is super durable and it's a blast. So as this one goes for durability, you know, with being the brutal review and everything, and we have had to change quite a few parts in it, for now though, with the modifications, I'm going to give this one 9 out of 10 for durability. And question 3, is this thing worth the money? Well, you know, with the upgrades and everything, you figure we're right around $929 for the car as it shows on the website today, plus about $212 in upgrades, brings us to $1,142 for the X-maxx as it sits on the table now. Now, of course, that still doesn't include batteries or a charger, so you'll have that expense on top of that. But is this thing worth the money? Well, you know, that's subjective, because if you have the money for it, I highly recommend this car as one of your go-to bashers. It's big, it's fun, and I've said that a lot, but it's true. It is one tough truck. If you change out the parts we recommend, it makes it a lot more durable and therefore a lot more fun to play with. If money's tight for you right now, I don't know if that's going to be worth it. If money's not a problem and you can afford the price tag, definitely go for it. As a rating from 1 to 10, is this thing worth the money? You know, it is quite a bit of money, guys, and I'm going to have to rate this one 7 out of 10 for value. Okay, guys, and question number 4. Where does this stack up in my collection? Now, if you've watched the top 15 video, you know this places in second place. Okay, so it's holding down the number 2 spot in my list. But this has changed positions, guys, and I know this is going to irritate a few of you and you won't agree with me, but that's okay. This is my opinion. These are my cars and they're toys, guys. I mean, come on, let's get on with it. So what we have here is a pretty wide variety of cars. And the X-maxx is big, it's fun, and it's taking over the number 1 spot in my collection with the upgrades we have on it. It's tough, it's fast, it flies good, and it is an utter blast to drive. Taking over the number 1 spot in my collection, one ahead of the EXB, we have the Traxxas X-maxx. We learned a lot from that one, and what I really think we learned the most is the lighting was terrible. The red didn't work in there and it just didn't look right. So we learned from that one. In Studio 2, we came up with a brand new segment that we wanted to do. And in this one, Rob and I have a conversation and we put the X-maxx on the block. In this video, we're putting the Traxxas X-maxx on the block. This should be a lot of fun. In this program, we ask 5 questions, we talk about it, and then we rate them at the end. Question 1, durability. Question 2, handling. Question 3, versatility. Question number 4, repairability. And question 5, overall value. What do you think? This should be a lot of fun.
Let's do this.
Check this out. All right, let's get straight into it. Rob, what do you got?
Well, we've got our 5 questions here. So I'm going to ask AJ here, what do you think about durability on the Traxxas X-maxx?
Well, that's quite interesting, really, because everybody says it's such a tough truck, right?
Well, I've heard that.
And overall, it is a pretty tough vehicle, but right out of the bat, you know, right off the gate, when we got out and started playing with it, it didn't really take much to break it. And it does have some weak points in it, and one of the main weak points is these rear hub carriers that are inside the back here. Those are made out of a pretty shallow material. You know, they got a lot of vent holes in them and stuff, and that makes it weak. And we did test it when it was cool out, but then again, we ran it again when it was warm out, and there's still a problem. We probably broke 2 or 3 of those in the back. I wound up buying a bulk of them just so I could keep up with it before I actually did the upgrades. And even in the front here, we wound up swapping those out as well. So in the front, we wound up putting the aluminum ones up front here, and that gives us a little better control over things. So the C carrier on the outside is aluminum, okay? But on the inside here, we use the RPM hub carriers up front, and in the back, we put the RPM ones in the back too. And that eliminated that problem. But to go with that, we also changed the arms over to RPM as well, because RPM has a tendency to flex more than break the way the factory ones here. I don't know what they're using for their plastic composites, but they could definitely use a little bit of an upgrade there. So changing those components out was one thing, but what I discovered shortly after that is if you're going to switch to those components, they're more flexible, so you need the captured hinge pins to go with them. Also, we had a problem with one of the guys at the channel, Nate. He got really short shafted on this because we got out to the oval track. He made 1 lap, hit the brakes, it nosed over, he went to turn the corner and it cartwheeled. And it might have made 3 cartwheels and hit the ground, and it didn't hit all that hard. And I heard something break, and pretty soon he didn't have steering in it. And it shattered the servo saver mechanism with the bell cranks. It just shattered that equipment in there. I've heard of people having problems with like the steering servo and things like that. I haven't suffered any of those issues with this one. The speed control still holds up. The motor has no problems, and it runs pretty fair for a runtime being an 8S truck. It does pretty good that way. Overall, the rest of it, I did change the bumpers one time, front and rear. But it was really cold then, so shattering those was not a surprise. We did that actually on the maiden voyage for this, and we broke them pretty good on that one. So other than that, it's pretty tough. Like I said, we don't take them to skate parks and stuff, so we don't beat them into solid concrete the way some channels do. And if that's what you're into, awesome, do that. Just expect to buy parts when you do so. We like to run in nature. We like to run out in areas that, well, the average user could come across. That's what we kind of go for. So as far as durability goes, I'd say out of the box, it's middle of the road at best. You know, middle of the road, because it does have some weak points. I think they could have definitely built the parts a little better for the size of the truck.
Let's say it is a very large truck. So.
It is a large truck. I mean, look how big it is. I'm not standing way behind it. I'm like right at the tail of the truck here, and look how big this is, and I'm over 6 feet tall. This is an enormous vehicle, but for its size, it's not all that heavy. If you look over here, the Kraton 8S, which is a very big truck as well, and the Losi, those actually weigh more. The Losi's really a pain in the neck to drag around. I wound up starting to use a leash to pull it around when it's on the ground, and I got to thank you guys for that. You guys are the ones that pointed out that I don't have to carry it everywhere, so I started using a lanyard to pull it around, and that made a huge difference. It made pulling these cars back to the truck just that much easier, which made it way more enjoyable.
It kind of saves your arm a little bit.
It does. It's, you know, you can grab an 8 scale truck and pick it right up and just walk around with it. 10 scale, you could huck it in a backpack, you know what I'm saying? But these things are so big that there's a certain amount of weight that goes with them.
Yeah.
Yep. What about question 2? What do you got?
Well, we got handling and control. What do you got on there?
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. This truck has a pretty high center of gravity, but it also has pretty soft, look at how those tires move. Check this out. See how those move across? They're just real soft and supple, and they're real forgiving. So when you get into a corner situation, the tires will absorb some of it and the truck will roll. But you can run it up on 2 wheels and it handles that. It's really designed well as far as the counterbalance goes. When you tip it up, you can steer and keep it up on 2 wheels pretty good. It will burn off the extra power on the other side. The differentials do seem to work pretty well. And I haven't had any issues with the diffs in these. People have had diffs burn up and stuff. We'll get into that in a little bit. But what we have here for the overall, this handles really good. It doesn't turn super sharp, but look at the size of the tires. That's to be expected. And if you break into a corner and pin it, you can get it to come around, depending on your traction situation, of course. The truck overall, I'd say it handles pretty good. I haven't had too many issues with it. As long as you anticipate the larger turning radius, I think you'll be fine.
Yeah,
small areas, I don't think this does so well in small areas. But then again, this is one of the few rigs you can pretty much blast into a chain link fence and just do a backflip. I mean, not too many of them are capable of doing that. A small piece of plywood at the bottom just to get the nose up, pin it against the fence, and land right on its wheels, and you're good to go again. I mean, it's a real stunning truck to play with. I don't think any of the other ones actually do everything this one does. It's got its own place, and there are people that are diehard X-maxx fans, and I totally understand that. You know, I may have all these different brands, you know, here at the channel. We do whatever turns us on. You know, we may not have every car, but, you know, if it doesn't turn us on, we don't get it for the channel. And this one is definitely one that we enjoy having here at the channel. It's one that you like to run.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
What do you think of it?
It's another one that I love. I mean, like you said, you can do anything with it. I love how it bashes. It just goes over everything. It's just such an animal. It is impressive.
Well, and just one other thing I'd forgotten is right down in here, there's the steerage linkage that goes from the bell cranks to the wheel arm, and that's, see if I can get you a view of that. Right down in here, I put the metal ones in, the aluminum ones, because I broke those twice.
Yep.
So as far as the durability side, I did have to replace those as well, but once I changed those out in the arms, I'm not afraid to run this into anything, and I watched you bash it straight into the cabin one day, and it was unaffected.
Yep.
It was really unaffected. We haven't geared it up. We haven't changed it. This is straight as it came out of the box as far as the running gear goes. And it's still working really good. The only complaint I have on that is the speed control tends to go into safety mode a little bit. So if you have a nasty cartwheel or you get moisture inside the rig, it'll feel like it drops to 75% power. Sometimes it doesn't seem like it has all the power it should have. That's the speed control. If you turn it off, turn it back on, you get 100% power again, but then it can go into safety mode again. And so that's really frustrating with their electronics, and I've noticed them having the same problem with the Max. And it's doing the same thing.
You think that's moisture doing that?
I don't know what's causing it. I know they don't have the world's greatest electronics in there, and I do have a Max 5 to put in it. And I may do that here pretty quick just to see if that solves the problem. But overall, when you put a fresh battery in it, it runs pretty good. What do we got next?
What do you think about versatility?
Oh, wow. This is a really versatile truck. It really is. There's no limitations pretty much as to where you can run it unless you're in a tiny space.
Yeah.
This does not handle well in a tiny space. An example, if I dropped it on the floor and tried to rip it around the studio, I would pile into something for sure.
Yeah.
And they do weigh quite a bit. So if you're in a situation where you've got a lot of really close tolerance or you have a lot of kids and dogs around and stuff, this can hurt things. I mean, it's got a lot of speed to it. This runs up around 40, 45 miles an hour, depending on how you have it geared. And that much weight, what's this, 26 to 28 pounds, I think, something like that. We haven't weighed it lately, but it does weigh quite a bit. And at speed, if you hit a small dog with this, that dog's gonna pay.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way around it. This thing is, if you're gonna run one, it takes a certain level of responsibility to run it.
Of course.
As far as versatility goes, with the size of the tires that it has on it, the way these they're so soft, they just absorb things. I can hit down trees with them and just hop them. And you've done this.
Oh, yeah.
And whenever we go out, this seems to be the one you grab first.
Well, it's like I said, it's an ultimate basher in my head right now.
Yeah, well, and they call it the king of the bashers, and it's not just a few people that call it that. You know, like I say, there's people that are dedicated X-maxx fans, and thumbs up to you guys. This is a really good rig. That doesn't take anything away from the other ones that we run. Each one has its place. Mm-hmm. Nothing does everything the X-maxx does except another X-maxx. That's my view on it. This thing is exceptionally cool to play with. It's really rugged. We've never broken a chassis. We have tried. We run it off all the ramps. We're not shy about how we run it. So as far as versatility goes, it'll run on the track, it'll run in nature, it'll run off the ramps, it'll run on pavement, but it'll cartwheel a lot. So I'd say overall, it's pretty versatile.
Well, with all the places you run it, I'm sure you've broken. So what do you think about repairability on it?
Oh, repairability.
Is it easy, or?
You know, the first time you dig into it, it seems a little daunting. It does. When you first get into this thing, and let's get the body off here. When you first get the body off this thing and you see how they put this together, everything's pretty interconnected, and it does look pretty intricate, yeah, I guess, because things are hidden down inside the plastic. You know, when you get down in it this way, you have to get in it from the bottom to get to the drive lines and stuff, and there's a whole bunch involved in that. Just to change the gearing in it, you have to index the motor for the size pinion that you have and the ring gear that you put on it. I mean, there's a few tricks that you have to know, but once you get past that, this is really well designed, in my opinion. I mean, it's basically built in thirds, so you've got your back end, your front end, and your main chassis. Okay, you can pull a few screws and take the whole top assembly out of it, and everything's laying right there.
What material is this, the chassis?
It's just plastic. I don't know what they use for the composite, but it's actually a pretty decent material that they use for I wish they used something at least this tough in the arms. My understanding is they have a different material in the arms, and maybe they're trying to make it more durable. But I don't know that that's working all that well. I think their answer is make the arms tougher. Well, the problem with that is these have plastic connector points everywhere. So when you're connecting the arms to the chassis, they connect into plastic areas. The tougher you make the arms, the more energy when you hit something is transferred into these plastic areas, and you can actually break chassis components and hinge pin points and all that stuff. And the problem is every time you put an upgrade on it, you add weight to the vehicle. Now you can counter that by running smaller batteries and lower the weight in the batteries, but that cuts into your runtime. This is big, right? It's not 5th scale. I think they call it 6th scale. Whatever scale they want to call this, it's big, right? So to push that amount of weight around, which is 25 plus, I mean 25 at the minimum, I think empty it's more than that. By the time you battery this thing up, you've got a lot of weight involved in that, and when you pile into something, if you make the arms too tough, it transfers all that energy into the hinge pins. Now you've got plastic components on the inside that can rupture. Now you got to take the whole front end apart. I want flexibility here. This is where the flexibility needs to be. It needs to be able to move instead of shattering these components up front here. It needs to be able to bend in the arms a little bit, and the RPM ones, which is what we upgraded it to, seem to do that really well. Some people don't like the RPM stuff. I'm not one of those people. I think the flexibility of those arms is paramount to having longevity with your vehicle. You need stuff on the exterior of the vehicle that will absorb. It's like changing the wing mounts on the Typhons. The Italians and the Kratons, we changed those wing mounts out to the flexible RPM ones because when you pile in on the wing, it'll transfer all that energy into the body, into the chassis itself, and it'll break the components that are in there. I've seen it done. And
now you're just kind of chasing their tail.
Yeah, and we launch quite a bit. Same thing applies. I've seen people put aluminum arms on here. That is a bad idea because now there's no place for that energy to go but to the hinge pin block. And that's where things come apart. And now you're not just changing an arm, now you have to change the whole front bulkhead to replace that broken plastic piece that you shattered on a component that should be strong enough to hold up to the vehicle. So that's kind of my take on that.
Well, with all that, what do you think about the overall value of it? Did you get what you paid for it?
Well, considering this was a present and I didn't actually have to pay for it, it was worth every penny. But knowing the price of these, if I ran this out in the road and it got run over by a dump truck, I'd buy another one. So I guess the answer to that is yes, I think it's worth the money. When you get one, just plan on having to upgrade a few things. The arms, the outdrive hubs, and the steering links here, those are a must. And like at the channel here, we generally upgrade durability, but we don't generally try and see just how fast we can make them go. It costs you tires, it costs nothing but money to upgrade that stuff. The more power you put in it, the more durability you have to have. So the tougher you make these components, the more weight you add, the more power you need, the more, you see how it's a kind of a cascade of spending money? These things are designed to be just right out of the box. They just didn't get the durability right in the right places, but that's something you can correct. So as far as that goes, for question 5 there, I'd say this is worth every penny.
Well,
what about you? You drive it around. What do you think of it?
I think it's plenty fast coming out of the box. You know, everything about this rig I tend to love.
I heard a nasty rumor.
What's that?
I heard you were going to get one.
I just told you that before this segment here. Is I finally get broke down, and I'm on my way to the store to get one after this.
Nice. I hope you get the green one, because if we both have orange, it's going to be awkward.
Yeah, we'll separate it somehow. Look for the one in the front.
Get the green one. I'll trade you.
Okay, well that rolls us into some questions from our viewers.
Oh,
Are you
viewer
ready for
questions.
these, guys?
Cool. What do you got?
Well, one person asked, is it durable after upgrading? Is it still durable?
I think I understand the question. So, can you call it durability if you have to upgrade it?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So, out of the box, I would say the durability on this is low. I really would. Just straight out of the box, because of the weakness in the hub carriers, because of the weakness in the arms, because of the weakness in the steering links here, I would say the durability is fairly low on that, because it takes almost nothing to break one. And we've taken these out and had simple rollovers and broke stuff. Okay, that being said, upgrading the parts that need it, which on this one aren't very many. Okay, upgrading the parts that require upgrading, now it's super durable. I'm not afraid to run it into stuff, which I would have been before. So out of the box, I would have to say it's not so durable, but with the minor upgrades, it becomes super durable. So I guess if you rate durability, you have to rate it separately.
Right.
You rate it out of the box, or you rate it updated. And that's what we're gonna rate here when we do our questions. We're gonna actually rate the update, not what came out of the box. We only rate out of the box during unboxing videos. We don't actually rate out of the box when we do these. Once the vehicle's been modified, it no longer gets the out of the box rating.
Right.
So yes, durability is durability, and it is 2 separate ratings.
Yep.
Yep, it is 2 separate ratings. What else you got?
Yeah, another viewer asks, how do you not break any gears? Mine broke after a few jumps.
Okay, so there's 2 things that that play a part in that. The first part of that is if you're not shimmed properly in your diffs, and with plastic components, you're always going to get variables. You always are. You really need to pull it apart and have a look at it. Now, when you spend X amount of dollars on a vehicle like this, to sit right down before you get to play with it and yank it apart to check it, that's just not right.
No.
You shouldn't have to do that. They should have quality control at the factory that says these are to tolerance, but they don't always seem to do that. Look, it's probably built by a guy named Bob that's got a weekend planned.
Right.
You don't know what's going to happen, right? So that's one way that plays in. The other way is driving style. And that plays a big role. Nate and I have opposing driving styles. And if you guys watch the channel, you've seen Nate. We call him full pin because he likes to grip the throttle and just watch what happens. And until the car stops, he just watches. It's his thing. He knows it's hard on stuff. He doesn't mind the repairs, but it's thrilling to him, and he's not wrong for doing that.
No,
That's
it's
what turns
thrilling
him
to
on.
me to watch it.
If you can find something that turns you on that's not harmful, then you're not doing it wrong. You're making yourself happy within the hobby, and that's his style. But here's the problem. You get the inertia going on these tires, the motor spinning, the differentials turning, all that has kinetic energy, okay? So while that energy is spinning, it has a certain amount of power, okay? It's enough to throw this thing at 40, 45 miles an hour, just like that, right? You can just pin it and it stands up. So there's a lot of torque in that. So when you come off a ramp or you're in the air, okay, and you come down and you're still on the throttle,
Some tires are
and
just
you
spinning.
hit and gain traction all of a sudden, it can't send all this power to the front to bleed it off. It can't do it that fast. There's too many weighted components in there that require spin up time. They just do. So what happens is it'll start burning out the gears in the rear diff because that's where all the energy will go. It will put all of the strain right on the drivetrain through to the front differential and into the front tires. So when you come down off of any kind of air, when you get the ground, you have to be off the throttle so it can stop all that internal without trying to power into it and cause all that strain on the running gear. It's not designed to take that. It's only designed to take the amount of power that the motor itself can put out, plus or minus a certain amount for impact.
Yeah.
It's not designed to come off a 25-foot high jump and hit the ground, solid asphalt, full pin. It will just destroy the running gear. That's just how that works. So yeah, that's how that works out.
Yeah, and I had to learn that one too with my Typhoon. Remember, I blew up my rear end because then he watched me do it and he told me that's exactly what I did was I flipped it, I come around, I just laid right on the throttle. Those wheels were spinning full speed and hit the ground. And that was the end of that one.
Yeah, and that's really what it comes down to. If you're having trouble with constantly burning up cars, and you know, it happens to all of us. If you have trouble with burning up cars, look at your driving style first and see if you're really hard on it. When you pile on the brakes, for example, if you're running at full speed and pile on the brakes, this will endo, okay?
Yep.
Especially if you got any kind of traction. The problem is if you have that kind of traction, you lock the fronts up, all that energy, these are still trying to drive. So when you hit the brakes, it just shocks the system real quick and it'll flip the car. But it's not just that it locks the front, it has to go to the center differential. The center differential tries to bleed some of the power off to the back, but it can't do it really fast. It's got to work its way there. The oils in the differentials add a certain level of resistance. So when you really stab the brakes, look, it should handle that, right? Mm-hmm. But when you're coming down off a ramp under power, it's not designed for that, and it will eat up parts.
That makes sense.
Yeah. What else you got?
Okay, the next question is X-maxx or Notorious Success?
Ooh, and we've run them both. Nate's got the Notorious, and we played with it, and it really, for me, it comes down to wheelbase. It does. The X-maxx has a longer wheelbase. Yes, it's a bigger car, but it has a longer wheelbase, and it's a bit more stable. Mm-hmm. I guess a better comparison would be that and the Kraton. There's a good example because they're the same car. One's got a shorter wheelbase, a smaller chassis. Mm-hmm. Okay, the problem is, it's with anything. When you take a certain amount of weight, and just take a figure skater. The Olympics were just on, right? So you take a figure skater. When they spin with their arms out, they spin slow. Mm-hmm. But when they bring their arms in and get all that weight to the center, it spins fast. Yep. Okay, same thing applies to these. You try and backflip one of these, this has much bigger tires, so it puts more effort into it. But at the same time, it's spanned out over this distance. Take the same deal, and that's like the Kraton, same thing. When you shrink it down and bring that weight to the center, you might get 3 backflips on a really good jump with a Kraton. You'll easily pull 4 with a Notorious or an Outcast. The problem is when you get on the throttle from a dead start, the Notorious is standing right now. There's no control for steering. You're just running whatever it's going to do. And if you're into that, that's exactly what you want it to do. You want it to do wheelies all the time. You're not looking for speed. You're looking for stunt stuff. It's really well designed for that. It really is. But when you line up next to a Kraton and you want to race him around the track, you have almost no chance of winning because as soon as you throttle up, you don't have any steering because it lifts the weight. The Kraton's longer, so it keeps the weight on the ground better, and it has more control over that. And now, in order to get even better than that, those of us that are deep in the hobby are stretching ours, and we're calling them 7th scale Kraton XLs or whatever, and we have something cool in that demeanor coming up in the channel. But the idea is to put the Mojave chassis in it, the Mojave drivelines, the Mojave top brace, and that gives you a longer wheelbase, which means you can be harder on the throttle and keep the front wheels down. So it's not so stunty, but it's way more controllable. And when you're in the air, it doesn't rotate so fast you can't keep up with the flip count and get the brakes on at the right time to get it down and stop. With the longer one, it spins a little slower, so it's easier to time, so you can get it down on its wheels at the right time so you keep from destroying your car. But keep in mind, when you hit the ground, don't be on the throttle. Don't be on the brakes. Just let it coast through it. Once you're on the ground and everything normalizes, which takes an instant, then you can get on the throttle, do your wheelie, and take off. But never be on the throttle when you hit the ground.
So I guess the decision there would be, what are you into? Are you into stunt flipping and everything, or are you into between the X-maxx and the
Oh yeah,
Notorious?
so that what it comes down to is it really does come down to, and thanks for bringing me back to that, it comes down to what you're into.
Yeah.
It really does. This
Two
does
different
wheelies
animals.
all day long. This thing does all kinds of stunt. It's fast, it controls good. The Notorious has basically one job. If I had to pick the two, I'd take this one.
Copy. Here's another one. Xmaxx or DBXLE 2.0?
Ooh, and that's a matter of what we're going to do with it. It really does. The DBXLE 2.0 is a track car. Basically, it's designed for running fast and controllable. It jumps really well, but it's heavy. So really big air is hard on it, but we've launched that a lot and broke almost nothing. Just the center braces is all we've broken on that, and it takes a pounding. But that won't do half the stunts this will, and it weighs more.
Yeah.
So this one gets less time. The DBXLE gets less time on a battery pack than this does. This one's more entertaining overall. You can still race with it. You can still bash with it. Still, out of the two, if I had to pick one for all around, you can only keep one. I'd take this one. I would take this one because you can run it anywhere and it's light enough to move around.
I agree. I do think this one is just killer though as far as looks. And
Yeah. What else you got?
our last question from our viewer is any issues with the steering servo or tire foam?
You know, I've had no issues with the steering servo. That works pretty good, and part of that is driver style again. If you don't pile it into solid objects, you don't throw quite as much power against the servo. Now, there's also the electronic part of it. We did get a brand new fire team, that's this one, and within 2 battery packs, we just scorched the servo in it, right? And we didn't do anything wrong with it. We were just running it in the gravel in a parking lot, and it just fried the servo, and that is not a good thing. I've heard that people have had problems with the servo that comes in these. I've not experienced that. I have broken the bell cranks when Nate had his issue with the oval track. It wasn't his fault. It did shatter that. It was a real easy replacement. It didn't cost much. Those are super cheap parts. But we'd really punished it before that, so I think we actually fractured it and he just got stuck holding the bag. I really do. So as far as the servo goes, I haven't personally experienced any issues, so I can't speak to that point.
Do you think maybe it would be worth buying the same product and putting back in it, or actually upgrading when something like that breaks?
If it does break, I will look into an upgrade for it because I want faster. A little stronger would be good. This is still plenty powerful enough to do anything you need it to do, but quicker response is always better. It just always seems to be better. Add a little more power to it, but you're still driving the same servo saver. So if this one won't turn the wheels when it's parked on traction, odds are the more powerful one won't turn them either because it's the spring in the servo saver that makes that determination whether it'll turn it or not. So I would upgrade it, but if I had to, I'd put a stock one back in it because I've been running it all this time. We've had it well over a year. We run this one all the time, and we still have the stock servo in it. As far as the tire foam goes, I have had an issue with the tire foam though.
Yeah.
And what it comes down to is we had the initial set of tires, we did not vent them. And once you get moisture inside there, because they weep in from the inside of the wheels, there's vent holes in the wheels and you get some snow in there, the water gets into the casing and there's no way for it to get out. It can evaporate, it doesn't come through those little holes, it just stays in there forever. And what it did was that moisture over time broke down the foam. And you can grab those tires and you can't feel anything in there. They're just basically a casing on a wheel. Once we started venting them, and it can shed the water when you spin it, you tape off the inside, vent the outside holes, and that's what Arma's doing from the factory now. They listen. We're able to shed that water. Once you wash your car, get it all cleaned up, sit and hold the throttle till it stops spraying water out of the tires. We haven't had a tire foam problem since. So we've ruptured tires, but that's a different subject. As far as the tire foam goes, I really think that's a matter of venting.
Yep.
Yep. Does that about cover it?
I think that covers everything. I think we're down to our questions of the rating of the vehicle.
Okay, so there's our discussion on it, guys. Now we're going to sidestep for just a short period of time and we're going to go ahead and answer the questions as far as 1 to 10 for each of the 5 categories. A total of 10 is possible for each one. Then we're going to give you our total and the overall rating for the truck. Okay, guys, it's time. Rob?
Well, we got our 5 questions here, and the first one is durability. Andy, what did you rate durability at?
Let's have you answer these first. You good with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay, go ahead and you give your answer first and I'll give mine.
So this is AJ's rig actually, and he's let me drive it quite often.
He really likes this one.
Actually, on my way to the store to buy one myself. So with me driving it and watching him drive, I rated this as a 7 right out of the box. I do think it needs some upgrades with the hubs and stuff we were talking about. It would have been a different rating after the upgrades, but that's what I gave it.
Nice.
How about you?
Well, I kind of tried to weigh it out between the two. what it was out of the box was kind of low, but what it is now is really high. So I went ahead and I gave it 8 out of 10 for durability, because there had to be middle ground in there. Some people might do one of the upgrades, some might do a couple of them. If you do all 3 upgrades, like I recommend in this thing, it really does become a beast of a truck, but I think 8 is a fair score for it.
Okay. Our second question is handling and control.
Yeah.
And I myself, I give this an 8.
Really?
For as big of a rig as it is, I really think it handles well. Now you have to have an area to run this, because it is a big rig.
Yes, I agree.
But as far as controlling and everything, I thought it did very well.
Nice. Believe it or not, I'm going to marry up to that. I give it an 8 as well, because for the size of the rig, the high center of gravity that it has, for the ground clearance that it has, the design of the truck, the fact that you can, with some practice, you can run it on 2 wheels, on the side wheels and stuff, and it does take a trick to do that, and I'm not really super good at it yet, but you can do it. And so for me, yeah, 8.
Awesome. Versatility.
Oh, versatility.
I gave it a 9. I almost gave it a 10, but it didn't go through the cabin. So there was one thing that stopped it.
The cabin. Well, it's not fair when you hit a building, okay? But yeah, that's a fair score. It is a pretty versatile truck. It'll go anywhere from the track to the trees.
Yep.
It'll run it all, and for that reason, as far as that goes, I gave it 10, because this one, if you're gonna go run just about anywhere, unless you have like really constrictive area, if you're gonna go run just about anywhere, you can take this and have a blast doing it. So I gave it 10.
Agreed. Okay, repairability, ease of repair. Now this is where it gets kind of tricky for me. Like I said, this is AJ's rig, so I've been there when he's worked on it, and I haven't actually physically worked on it a whole lot myself. So with just watching him and being around and doing it, I scored it as an 8. So what do you think of that?
That's fair. Well, if you're not actually the one turning the wrenches, things can seem a lot harder than they are. They can, because you don't understand why something's being done. The best teacher for that is to actually be the one doing it and struggle through it yourself the first time, because it'll be confusing. They all are. It's not this car in particular. They all are. Once you've had it apart and you've put it back together, and that's the joy of buying a kit and doing the assembly. So when you buy a kit and you assemble it, you know how things are put together. So repairability is way higher, because it's easier for you to get into it because you have the reference to go back in. When you get an RTR like this one, you don't have that reference the first time. And since you haven't actually been the one that changed all the parts on it, I understand your score. But for me, this is really well made as far as how they design it. Everything you can get to pretty easily. Everything connects real easily. I give it 9 out of 10 for repairability, because they really did think things through. I don't like necessarily the materials they use in some of their components, but the overall design of the rig, really good. 9 out of 10.
Okay, well the next one is overall value.
Ooh.
And like I said, I'm on my way to go buy one myself after running Andy, so I'm thinking it's an 8 for me for overall value. I know what I'm getting because I've been running his, and I know that I'm gonna upgrade some parts right off the bat. Other than that, it's a very tough, fun vehicle, so it should rate high.
I understand that. However, for me, that didn't make a whole lot of sense, because you're excited enough to want to go buy one. So is it worth the money? Yes.
Yeah.
Because you're going to go buy one. Okay. That makes a certain amount of sense. For me, the thrill of running this, okay, the look on everyone's face when you dig something this size out of the truck and throw it on the ground, and we don't set these down gently. You guys have seen us do this. We huck these down. If they can't take dropping from the truck, they're not going to take a launch from a ramp, right? So for me, this one it's definitely worth the money, because the joy you get from this one, and that, of course, again, that doesn't take anything away from what's behind me. Every girl has her charms, as you say. Each car has its thing. There's something about each one that thrills you, and there's nothing wrong with that. In this thing's class, which is kind of a class of its own, the value of this truck, knowing what you're going to have to replace, which is not all that expensive, even with changing the arms and changing this and changing that, I'm still less than $200 in upgrades. Less than $200 in upgrades. I did have to buy tires and wheels, but that's before I learned how not to pop them. And there's a pretty simple way not to do that. If you're on your side, don't pull the trigger and try to get it to right itself. It'll overspin the top side tire and it'll shed it every time. It'll overspin and blow the tire. Once you learn that, I haven't lost a tire since. And so for me, value, overall value for the rig, even with, I'm not a great fan of the radio, but it does work good. I'm gonna give it 9 out of 10 for value.
Oh,
Yep. So there you go. That's the 5 questions. What we come down to is my total was 45. Rob's total came out to 40. Not bad, not bad. So that gives an overall rating for this vehicle from 1 to 50. It gives it 42.5 points out of 50 for the X-maxx. You know, this one still today, over a year later, is number 3 in our collection. And that says a little something. The Mojave's one up from this one, and the one at the top of the pile is this monster here. And that one is just fun to see run too. But this one, top 3 for the channel. On the Block is always a good time, and we love having Rob here in the studio. It's just so much more fun when he's around. However, this next video, this one comes in right after this one. It's What's Your Build? Welcome to another episode of What's Your Build, and today we've got the Traxxas X-maxx. This is a monster of a vehicle. It's really big. It runs at 8S, and in the comments, we've had people ask, and before we get into this, we really do appreciate the comments. It's really stellar the way you guys get in there and you ask questions that we may not even think of and have to search for the answers. It's really cool that you do that, and thank you for participating in the channel. But we did have one question that asked, in the videos that you've done with the X-maxx, you've done modifications to it. Are those modifications still relevant? And if they are, what are you running now? Well, that's a really good question, and in this video, we are definitely gonna answer that. So let's get started right off the bat, and we'll go over what we've done with this truck. Now, let's start at the top here. It does have a brand new body, and this is one we picked up at the local hobby store just to replace the stock one, which is the same color. So let's get this out of the way. And it is a very cool body. All right, so body out of the way. What we have here for tires are, these are the XRT tires and wheels. And yes, we do have one of those on the channel, and that video is upcoming for the unboxing and whatnot, but was really impressed with the tires, so we got a set to put on the X-maxx. These won't grow nearly as much. They're a much denser tire. They've got more of a regular road pattern to them. So if you take a look at what the tread pattern is, it's more of a regular on-road vehicle tread, which is what you'd find on a pickup or what have you. So this is more of an all-terrain, go everywhere from pavement to dirt. It may not handle as well as the aggressive lugs that come on the truck, which I actually happen to have right here. And this is, let's get this over here so you can see it. This is a really good lug pattern. It's really deep. It's really a soft tire, and it does get down inside of whatever you're trying to claw over. But being as thin and flimsy as this is, these grow a lot. They get really big. And this one feels completely floppy except for right here. And what I think happened was the foam disc inside bunched up here. This one's out of balance. It's no longer functional. And that seems to be common with this particular type of tire. However, with the thicker ones on this one, now this should be able to hold up to that a lot better. So we'll see how this thing does over time, but right now we are a fan of these tires. They do handle well, and I don't think they're really belted, but they don't grow much. So as far as the tires go, right now we have the XRT tires on it, and that is actually a good add-on to the vehicle. All right, so let's get down inside of this and show you exactly what we have inside. So inside of this, you'll notice a couple of changes. One, it does have a different ESC in there, and it does have Velcro in the battery tray areas, which is a really good change in my opinion. We haven't had any problems since we've done that. And these side rails that the body generally sits on, which is right here. And if we get you this look here, you'll notice right here, these two trays that sit along the outside the body's supposed to sit on, we removed those. And the reason we took those out is because the body always clapped down on them, and they can dislodge the body out to the side a little bit, but it really made it sound terrible when you landed a jump of any kind. So we took those off. It made the truck sound better. It still doesn't sound like a metal chassis rig when it hits the ground. It does sound a little cheaper because of the plastic, but at the same time, with these gone, it sounded better, so we left those off, and they really didn't seem to do a whole lot for the body in the first place. So deep down inside of here, you'll notice we still have the stock motor in there and the stock out-of-the-box gearing. We haven't modified anything in that department, so the gear and the motor are all the same, but the ESC, we've gone ahead and put a Hobbywing Max 6 in there because the Traxxas one gave up and it was pretty much junk. It just wouldn't run this anymore, and this is an 8S capable vehicle, and the Max 6 handles that nicely. Down inside here, it still has the stock servo. I'm surprised, but it is holding up well and it's doing the job, so I have no complaints on that one. For the internals, that's the majority of what we've changed. However, with the Velcro there, we did that for a specific reason. And what it comes down to is they have a click-in system that is a hard plastic set that holds your batteries down there. And if you get a battery that fits perfectly in there, it's a great system, but it doesn't give you a whole lot of room for variety. And if you have a little slop in there, your battery can dance around while you're bashing these things around, and you really depend on these foam pieces inside of here to take good care of the battery. That's not always the case, and it doesn't always work real well. With the Velcro, you can adjust it down for any battery size that fits in the tray. And the nice thing about that is when you get a battery in here, the way you see this right now, it's over this rail, but that's just temporary. We don't go over this rail right here when we're strapping the battery down. It just loops the battery. And what we did was we cut slots in the bottom of the tray, and we'll show you how where we put those. But we cut slots, pulled the Velcro through it, and that allows us to cinch the battery down good and tight to the chassis so it doesn't lift and slop. It holds it nice and snug, which also helps from getting debris under the battery that you can bash into the battery and cause damage to the battery. So this, in my opinion, is a better setup, but you have to be brave enough to cut your chassis to get it done. Now, we've really tortured this truck, and we haven't had any failings in the chassis, especially due to the modifications, but it's not a huge thing. We will definitely show you what we've done on that as far as how we ran it through the body. It's not a huge thing, and it's not some technological deal. We just put some slots in there to let the Velcro go through, and that works really well. So that's what we have on the internals here. As far as the radio system goes, we changed the radio over to a 6-channel Spectrum system. It's got AVC in it, which is nice, but we switched it over because I don't really like having to pull up an application to adjust my vehicle. If you're having issues with your phone, if you're having issues with it logging into it, you got problems. With this system, it's right in the radio itself, and we paired that up to a DX5C. So this is the radio now that runs this truck, and everything's in the menu. So you can set up everything you want. You can set up how far your travel is for your steering. You can set up how strong your brakes come on. You can set up your AVC. Everything is controllable in this system. Now, this isn't the easiest system to understand. The menu can be a little bit confusing, but at the same time, it's still a good system and it works really well. We get full throttle out of the speed control now, instant punch. We got the punch setting at medium, right in the middle range there, so it's not off the chain, it's really controllable, but you still do get top speed out of it, which is really good. Being able to set all that up is a real advantage, and we've gone that route with this. Moving to the outside of the vehicle now, if you take a look here, you'll notice that we've got RPM arms in this thing, and here, let's look at it this way. So you'll notice that we put the RPM arms on it in favor of modifying it from stock, because the stock ones, we did have problems breaking them, and this isn't a version 2. This vehicle came out before the version 2 did, so with these arms, that was kind of a thing. But that's not all. We also changed the hub carriers from the outside over to RPM as well, because the factory ones that came on this were perforated. I don't know if they did it to save weight, but it made it kind of a light piece. And the outdrive carriers, the hub carriers, we broke several of them, and it didn't take hardly anything to break them. One sideways land and it would snap them. With the RPMs, they're a much more rugged replacement, and we haven't had any problems since we changed those out. As far as the steering links go, that's right in here. We kind of went against our normal rule on this, which is on the outside here, right in here, it's flexibility. So you want this to be flexible to absorb any kind of impact you may have. Just, it won't take a dead stop, but it will flex for certain impacts. So you want this to be able to flex. Well, when you get into the steering links here, these right here, these should be flexible as well. But the stock ones are relatively brittle, and we've broken several of those. And that's not a good thing. So we put aluminum ones here, so it removed the flexibility from this point. The arms haven't broken, but we have broken 2 of the bell cranks. And the bell cranks are this portion right down in here. So the bell crank set right there, it's a real easy fix when you have to replace that. It's real simple. There's several screws to take off the top. The plate comes off. You can pop the bell crank set out pretty easy and replace that. So it's not a difficult fix. That is the lesser of 2 evils. If I went ahead and boosted this up and made the bell crank stronger, then we would risk breaking something that might require part of the chassis to be replaced, because those only mount to that area of the chassis. And if you break one of those off, there's only one way to fix that. So I want it to fail at the bell cranks because it's an easy and inexpensive replacement. This truck here has been pretty inexpensive to have on the shelf, but the tires are relatively expensive, but that's to be expected for the size of the vehicle. So that being said, the one thing we haven't talked about yet are the shock absorbers. And if you take a close look here, you'll notice that it still has the stock shock absorbers all the way around it. And we have had absolutely no problems with the shocks in any way. They've worked perfectly. They still have the fluids in them. We haven't had to do any repairs or modifications to them. They're holding up quite nicely, but we are on our 3rd set of bumpers, front and rear. So we've broken the bumpers a few times, but that is still the original wheelie bar. So I'm surprised at how well that holds up. When we run this in cold, heat, it doesn't matter. Up here in the Northwest where we're at, it gets pretty cold, and right now it's actually frozen outside, and we've got a couple inches of snow on the ground that has turned to ice. And so being able to hold up to those conditions is really important for a lot of people in the Northern Hemisphere. And these arms and the components we have do hold up very well. So for those of you that got all the way to the end of this thing, we've compiled a little montage of some of our favorite moments with the X-maxx. And so for those of you that did make it this far, check this out. In this video, Rob got a new X-maxx and we did a durability upgrade video to show you what we like to put in them to make them take a bit more punishment. So I hope you like it. In this video, as promised, we're going to show you the durability upgrades for the X-maxx. Now this one's Rob's and he went and got all the parts in that are necessary, and this is what we at the channel recommend to make this a tough rig. We don't change any of the running gears, so we keep the stock motor, speed control, and servo as long as those items work. But the durability upgrades are necessary. And quickly to go over it, we're going to put the RPM arms and the captured hinge pins in. We're going to change out to the RPM hub carriers. We're going to change to the HR steering linkages, and then we've got some body upgrades. We've got a roof rack that's supposed to help with the durability. It goes right on the top of the car here, and then Rob will be up and running and we can get these things out and run them side by side. So let's get the build underway. Check this out. All right, so let's go ahead and get the tires off this thing, and we're going to try and keep all of the chatter down to a minimum. Just kind of go over things as they sort of pop up here. So I'll get a little suspension test there. And let's have a look at this and see where we want to start. We'll go ahead and do the teardown on this one. Pretty straightforward here, guys. There you go, there's the arm. Let's go ahead and get that drive shaft out of there. Beautiful. Okay, now we're going to have to get the wheelie bar arm out of the way so we can access this screw on the back side here. There we go. And this will allow us to get the top arm off. Nice. These are what we're going to replace it with. And there's the set right there. Okay, so there's retention screws here, so we need to get those in place. Because on the bulkhead side, we're not going to change out the pins. We're only going to do that on the opposite side. These are the pins we're going to use. And they should go straight through, but we're going to have to drill this out right here. And there is an instruction kit in there to show you how to do that, but here we go. Just like that, and it should fit in there just like this now, so you can get your nut on the end. See there? So let's get that in place now. Put the stock pin back in it, because this is the bulkhead side. We're going to use the stock pins. There we go. A little cap can be stubborn. Just like so. And always tighten stuff by hands, guys. And we'll do the other arm. Get it cleared out. Make sure everything fits. And of course we need that retention screw again. And we'll get that back in. Get the shock reconnected. And screwing into plastic here, guys, we always go nice and slow. I know this is sped up, so it looks like we're going fast with the screw gun, but we're not. So let's go ahead and change out the hub here. This hub carrier is the stock one, and it's kind of brittle. If you take a look at it here, and we'll get the other one up next to it, we're going to use the RPMs to replace them. These ones come with new bearings that are sealed, and look at the build on that. See there? See how it's all vented in on the other one? That makes it weak. These solid ones are way stronger. Get rid of that. Use the provided bearing, like so, and simple reassembly. And these little clips can be a little difficult, but they do go. Just like that. Now we can go ahead and get it into the drive cup and assemble it to the arm here. Now some light taps may be necessary just to get it through, because the drill bit that we used is just a skosh smaller than you need, just to keep everything nice and snug on that end. It will swivel right at the hub carrier, so that's not a big deal. But a little tapping is not a problem here. It'll help get things through. I'm not hitting it hard either. It's just light taps. Just like that. Now we want to reattach the wheelie bar arm here, and that completes that corner of the build. Okay, on this one, we're just going to let you watch. There won't be any chatter for this section. Moving on to the front, let's go ahead and get things disassembled. And there's quite a few more screws on this as well up front because of the extra components needed to make the thing turn. Okay, this is the hard way. I'm showing you this as a demonstration. There is a much easier way, and we'll show you that shortly. Let's go ahead and get that arm out of the way. And let's pull this apart. Drive axle out. There we go. And notice the arms are the same. Okay, let's get the retention screws out. There we go. And we'll do the same thing for the bottom arm. Now, on this, we're going to go ahead and get this assembled, but we're going to do something different on this than it shows in the instructions. Let's get that arm in. And we'll get the base arm on. Like so. And the retention screws. Nice. Let's get that shock absorber mounted. And the retention screw. There we go. Now, we're going to go ahead and drill this out as it shows in the instructions, but on the top arm here, we're going to drill it as well. This is not following the instructions doing it that way, but we have a test we want to do with this. There we go. Now this is only in temporarily. We will make an adjustment here shortly. Alright, let's go ahead and build the axle. And notice the difference between the two. The RPM one is much more stout. There we go, just like that. Everything's rolling nice and smooth. Let's get it installed. There we go. Now, this is where our clearance issue is. That arm will make contact with the shaft. We'll have to make an adjustment. This is still the hard way here, just for demonstration. So see how hard that is? But have a look right there, there's a vent port. And here's what it's for. Go right through there with your screwdriver, it lines it right up for you. Nice and easy. And if you don't know that's there, you may not know what that's for. So, in order to combat that, we countersunk that in a little bit to give clearance. And you'll see what I mean here in a second. So now, when you turn it, it clears. And with it sticking out, it doesn't. So that requires a countersink, and we'll show you how to do that shortly. This segment here is just like the other side, so we're going to go ahead and let this run without actually chattering through this. When we get to the upgrade components, we'll show you what's up. Alright, so we're going to do this mod again, and this time we're going to show you exactly how this countersink is done. And this is kind of an advanced deal here. If you're not good with a screw gun or a drill and you have issues with this, I don't know that I'd recommend doing this, but if this is something you're interested in, here's how you do this. Now you put the original shaft through and you get a set of vice grips set, and the idea is we want to push this out flush like so and get it right to the edge. Okay, so that shaft is sitting there. This is the gap that you need to have so that the drill only goes in so far. So that being set at the same distance, now you can push the vice grips over, and that'll leave the gap on the other side, which should allow that to countersink. Also, the drill has a tendency to grab that plastic, so you want to have that in there as a stop so it only goes so deep. So now that that's done, the head should countersink in there just right. Let's get our assembly together and we'll give it a test. Here we go. And it needs to go through backwards on this one, and it'll thread right in. See the countersink? That's how that's done. But on top of that, when you go to put that together, you're going to need a couple of spacers on the opposite side. I just happen to have a couple of plastic washers for each side that are the right size. It doesn't really matter, plastic, metal, whatever washers will take up the space is what you need. Get the appropriate sized washers and it'll take it up and it'll keep that shaft from backing off. So this is necessary if you're going to do this mod. There we go, just like that. Now when you put it together, since it's countersunk, the arm will no longer make contact with that and the steering will function properly. There we go. Let's get that new steering link in there. And of course, don't forget the easy way, guys. This is how you're supposed to do it. Nice. And see the clearance now? That countersink, if you're going to use the locking hinge pins, that countersink is necessary. So let's go ahead and get it put back together. That done, let's install the skid for the body. Now there's 4 spots here on the framework that have holes in them, and you're going to need to line it up with these. So that'll make it a lot easier to line up. You want to drill through the rack first, and just small holes is all you need just to show us the location. Then we'll take off the rack completely because we don't want to damage that. So let's back out all the screws. Just like so. There's 2 more in the back here. And that whole thing will come loose. And that should fish straight out, just like so. Now, we want to pick an appropriate drill bit size that will allow those to pull through the body. So you need to have one that's big enough for those stubs to go through. So let's go ahead and port those holes out. Get a little better view for you here. There we go. And if you have a body reamer, and I have one right here, you can clean up all your mess here. The drill bit's not all that clean. Generally they don't tear through the body, so that's not a big deal, but just a little cleanup so that it goes on nice and neat. Sometimes you get those tendrils that get in the way. There we go. And it should fit right on. Make sure it goes through the body. like so. Now I'll put the rack back in it. And we'll go ahead and get our screws in. And these came with the kit, so that's pretty nice. Just run them in, make sure they're all tightened down good. And you're still into plastic, so don't overdo it here. Connect the framework back to the body. There we go. Then the two in the back, we want to get that, but make sure you snug everything down first. Get those lined up and run them on in. Now, always nice and slow with the screw gun, guys. There we go. Just like that. There's the build for the Traxxas X-maxx for durability. You know, I really like this RPM stuff. It's really tough. It holds up better than the ones I've had from the factory. And of course, that would be these. And you know, I've broken several of these, and it usually winds up failing right out here at the end where they're kind of thin. And these are a little bit brittle, especially when it gets cold out. These things get kind of brittle. These, on the other hand, and the color doesn't really matter all that much. You can get blue, black, whatever. But these are a lot more limber and they hold up better. And these captured hinge pins, a really nice feature. Now, the way these are supposed to work is you got a captured hinge pin at the bottom. You use the stock hinge pin up top here, and that allows for clearance back here. But we wanted ultimate durability, so we put the captured ones up top too, but that does require modification of the arm and more than just drilling it through. If you don't actually countersink that in, then it hits the steering knuckle. So everything binds right up in here as it turns, so as you turn it, that will actually make contact there. So you have to countersink that in. And guys, that's a bit of a pro modder kind of trick. If you're not careful, the drill will pull right through and just destroy the arm altogether. So you have to really know how to do that. And when you push that rod in and flush it, and this is the original rod end right there, when you push that in and flush it out, you figure how big your head is and give yourself some spacing and clamp a vice grip on it. Okay, once you get the vice grip set, you can slide it back and it'll make contact with the back of the arm. And what I mean by that is, let's say you're going to drill this portion here. If you set your vice grips here, when you move it back, it'll counter in on this end, and then when you drill in, that will stop it from going too deep. And that's a really important thing. If you're not all that sharp with a drill, I don't recommend doing that. I recommend staying with the stock pins there. They do work just fine on the upper arms, but we wanted to see what these ones would do all the way around. So that's what we went with there. We were gonna go ahead and try and put some of these on there, and these are basically RPM's version of this top plate. So these would normally go right there as a skid. And we really wanted to put these on the bed. However, these are pretty flat. Okay, so they don't arch much and they're really rigid. I mean, you can bend them, but they would pull against the body. The area we wanted to put them has a curve to it, so it would have countered, it would have pulled up against it, and I'm not a fan of that. I think you'd wind up having problems with this tearing the body on its own, so I opted not to put those on. Okay, so one thing I'd like to touch on really quickly is out here, we've got the RPM outdrive on the front, and it articulates inside of a cup. And this is the piece that actually attaches to the hinge pins, and that's still stock Traxxas. So we did keep that part stock. On mine, we went ahead and swapped that out to aluminum right here and put the RPM stuff on the outside. But I've never had one of those fail, so that's kind of a neat deal there. Also, right behind this, we've got the hot racing, the steering linkage. These are the linkages that go from the bell cranks out to the arms themselves. We changed that over to aluminum, and it made a hell of a difference as far as durability. I've broken 3 of those on my car already, and once we switched over to aluminum, we no longer had that problem. That being said, you know, I hope you enjoyed the video. This was a fun build to do, and these are just some inexpensive durability upgrades that we recommend. And just a quick run over it, We swapped out the arms to the RPM arms. We've got the hot racing steering linkages in there, and we've got the RPM outdrive carriers with the enhanced bearings on the inside. And that's what we've done to the orange one up there, and it holds up really nicely, and we're not at all nice to that one. So hopefully Rob's won't suffer the fate of so many others where they have problems that plague the car from the beginning. Some people have servo problems, some people have speed control problems. Hopefully this holds up just fine, and we'll see just exactly how tough this car is in the future. You know, even with the durability upgrades that we put in these things, sometimes there are parts that are basically consumables, and the bell crank set down in here is definitely one of them. This is the video to show you how to repair that. In this video, we've got the X-maxx, and this one's Rob's, and it's broken. And he broke an internal part, and I've had the same failing with mine. And if you've watched the channel for any length of time, you've seen the orange one just ripping and tearing and having a good time. Now, we did a video where we did all of the upgrades on the externals, but inside it's still stock. Now, Rob doesn't want to do an upgrade here. He simply wants a replacement. And for those of you that have an X-maxx, but you're new to the hobby and getting inside of these seems a little daunting, in this one, we're going to show you how to replace the steering rack. That is a pretty weak point. So we're going to get down inside of this and we're going to show you how it's done. There's a couple of tricks I want to share with you real quick, and one is it can be hard to see down in these little tight cubbies and stuff like that, and if you can get a hold of a hat like this, it's got the lights built into the front. It points right where you're looking. That's kind of neat. But also, Rob bought this for me, and this is pretty cool, and this is a Cobb LED, and it's got motion control, which is kind of neat. But you turn it on, and it is super bright, and it'll light your workbench up real easy. They're not super expensive. He got it for me, so I don't exactly have the part number or where to get it, but if you can get some sort of lighting down in there, it'll make all your repairs that much easier. That being said, let's get on with it. Check this out. All right, so let's get down inside of this thing and we'll take a good look at the damage. We'll do an assessment and see what it is that failed inside the vehicle here, and it's right down in the steering area. So we'll get you down nice and close and give you a good look at that, and then we'll show you how to take it apart and put the new stuff in. So there you go, guys. That's pretty much all that's involved, and it's been a little while since I got in there, so fishing that top plate out was a bit of a pain in the butt, but once I figured out how it went back in, it comes out just as easily going that direction. You know, the first time I took this apart, ooh, this is gonna be good. The first time I took this apart, I pulled the top rail off and the battery trays out because I didn't think all that would come out, but it does come out. And Traxxas builds stuff to where you can work on them pretty simply. They look kind of convoluted, but once you get down inside of them, this is a really simple rig to work on. And I just hope we were able to help. You know, the X-maxx is renowned worldwide as one of the big king bashers, and rightfully so. Yes, you can argue that, you know, the way the companies run things can taint your view of them, and I don't argue if that's the case, but still, to deprive yourself of the joy of something this much fun to play with, it's really going to be up to you on that point. I really like having the X-maxx. It's a wonderful toy to play with, and it's more of a machine because of its size. Now, of course, with these vehicles, there's a lot of weight involved and they move pretty fast, so definitely drive with caution. We favor the bigger RCs here for the most part, and we really like the big ones. And this is definitely in our top 5 for sure. And I'm not gonna say exactly where it is because we have so many that it's just hard to judge nowadays. But in this video, we put the X-maxx up against the Kraton 8S. Check this out. In this video, we're gonna do a subscriber request. And if you've been watching the channel, you know we've gotten quite a bit of snow around here, and that's just the way it is up where we live. And that's why we've had so many bench videos going lately. But we did find 2 that will go in the snow. And so in this video, we're gonna go head to head with the Kraton 8S and the X-maxx and see which one handles those conditions better. Now, the X-maxx has a couple of upgrades on it. It does have the RPM arms, the RPM outdrives or the hub carriers, and the captured hinge pins. Everything else in this car is stock. The only thing we've changed on that one, which is the Kraton 8S, we put the EXB chassis on it, and that's all. So we're gonna go ahead and run these for you, let you see how we do. We're gonna run each one over the same course to see how they handle, how they hold up, and how they perform overall. At the end of the video, we're gonna go ahead and give you our thoughts on the subject and see which one we would deem out of the box Snow King. Check this out. Okay, so there you go. There's the running footage in the snow, and you know, these things are both a lot of fun. Now we've got 4 questions, and these aren't our normal 4 questions. This is a special video, so we've got 4 questions. 1, how was the control? 2, how did they handle during jumping? 3, what were the run times between the cars? And 4, what's necessary for maintenance afterward? Because snow is water. Water hates metal, and things have problems, and there are certain things you have to do to maintain your vehicle if you run them in the water. So let's get started. Before we get into our 4 questions here, we want to go over roughly what these things are like in the snow. Now keep in mind, we went from having maybe 2 inches of snow to all the way up to about 6 inches in places, and both of them handled it pretty good. However, there's a lot of resistance in that snow, and keep in mind, everything on these things as far as running gear is stock motor, stock speed control, stock gearing in both vehicles, and they're running the stock tires. Now, when we were out the first time, I did have the trenchers on the Kraton just to give it a little more ground clearance, but I found rapidly that that wasn't overly necessary. In the second section of the video where we were hitting the ramps, that was all on the native tires that come with it, and they handled just fine. However, there's a couple things to note on this. One, in my opinion, and we've discussed this a little bit, the X-maxx handles those situations better. This handles good, but at the same time, this sits higher, it's got more ground clearance, and the design of the chassis, and let's take a look at that real quick. Bear with me here. The chassis design is caved in and it's tapered, which allows it to go through the snow better. It's one thing I was curious about, and I'm glad we had the chance to test it, because this one, let's do this again. This one has a flat chassis, and the snow builds up, the snow builds up flat on there, and it has more difficulty running in those conditions. So that being said, other than that, they both handled fairly well, but I'd have to give that category to the X-maxx. As far as speed goes, now these both did pretty good, really. I mean, they're both pretty quick for their size and everything. The X-maxx seems to grind through the snow a little bit more, and the Kraton 8S has the edge as far as quickness goes, and it's got more torque. It does get speed going a little better, but at the cost of control. So as far as speed goes, truck for truck, the Kraton takes the speed category. As far as control and handling goes, however, it's a completely different story. The transverse is true. The X-maxx handles better in the adverse conditions. The cold weather doesn't seem to bother it as far as that goes, but the depth of the snow does cause problems. This does not steer nearly as tight as you would expect on tight ground, but that's to be expected in snow. It does take a pretty wide arc to turn the thing around, and if you're good with the brakes and the throttle, you can get it to skid and come around pretty good. This one, on the other hand, it's a bit more skittish, and here's part of the reason right here. It's the tires. The lugs on these aren't very deep, and I'll get you, take a look at this. The lugs here aren't very deep on this one. However, if you slick over to this one, you can see the deep lugs on the X-maxx, and the X-maxx tires grow with velocity, which means they dig down into the snow a little better and they get a little bit more grip, which makes them go a little better. So as far as that goes, for control and handling, that one goes to the X-maxx. All right, so now it's time to take it to the ramp. How did these things handle under the jumping conditions? And they both ran at the same thing. You saw that. We were in the driveway. It was really slick. And I gotta say, the X-maxx got on the ramp a lot easier than the Kraton. It was just easier to, I don't know if it's the fact that the tires are softer or whatnot, but the X-maxx got on the ramp way easier than the Kraton. But once they were on the ramp, the Kraton, in my opinion, outperformed the X-maxx. The distance was good, the flight was stable. They were just epic to see in the air. But there's one thing that is true. When you get the X-maxx standing vertically on the ramp and the tires are churning and they're throwing debris and you can catch that in slow motion, it's amazing to watch. And none of the other ones seem to do that. The tires on this one don't grow quite so much. They don't look quite as aggressive as the wheels articulate on the X-maxx. It just looks cool, and I just can't wait to see it again. So as far as the ramps go, you know, the Kraton does jump really well. So we're gonna give this one to the Kraton. So now let's talk about run time. And you know, the weather is really cold. The first battery set we ran through it, the first couple we ran through, were at 4 degrees. 4 degrees outside. It was so cold, but it was a good test for the cars, and we did cartwheel and tumble a little bit and nothing broke, but it did pay the price on the cars. And what I mean by that is, you know, these are 5th scale cars and they don't get super long run times anyway. And the batteries we're running are 5,000 milliamp 60C lipos, okay? And we're running 2 4S packs in each one, and they're identical packs throughout. So these are the same in each set. So we have 2 sets that we run in the cars. Now, this one, it's faster, it's torquier, it's right out of the box, just quicker than the Xmaxx. But I was really disappointed in the run times when we got out there. Yes, it was cold, but between the day when we did 26 degrees and the day when we did 4 degrees, we still got basically the same run time. This one, under those conditions, the Kraton got 10 minutes flat on the batteries and they were done. That's just the way it was. Didn't seem to take very much time at all, and they were down. Now the problem being, actually, it's not really a problem. By the time they were down, my fingers were cold and it was time to go warm up, so that wasn't such a bad deal. But we were getting 15 minutes out of the Xmaxx on the same batteries. Now that's an extra 5 minutes. That's a third longer than you're getting with this one. And I gotta tell you, when you're having that much fun out there, you really don't get all that cold. It's when you start pulling the batteries out that things sort of ice up. So on that, we're actually getting 5 minutes more on the Xmaxx. So the Xmaxx takes that category too. And finally, maintenance. You know, you're running in snow if you're running in these conditions. And come on, everyone knows snow is water and water doesn't react well to metal. So if you're gonna run these things in the snow, there's a lot of metal components in there. It's just like splashing them through a puddle. Now, if you haven't seen the video we've done on RC maintenance, and I'll leave a link in the description down below for that one. If you haven't seen it, here's a quick abbreviation of what we go over in this. First, clean out as much snow as you can manually. What we like to do is bring a towel in, flip the car upside down, and run a house fan, just a regular old squirrel cage or whatever, and just blow some house warm air over it. It doesn't take long to get the snow and ice out of the car. Dab it out with a towel and then do it again and let it run till it's good and dry. Now, we like to use just your regular silicone lubrication, and we like to lube the whole car. Anything that can rust, we spray that on there, wipe it down. That's pretty simple. However, when you get to the gear or the bearings and the gears in there, that's where we like to put a little bit more lubrication on there, and you can choose what works for you. Just something to get some oils in there so they don't rust up. Now, I've had people comment that these have sealed bearings in them and spraying oil on the outside doesn't do any good to them, and that might work in the automotive world, guys. But in these RC cars, those seals are just basically dust covers. You can, if you let one sit and let it get gritty, and you can feel it when they do, you can spray a little just right on the outside of it and rub it a ways, and it'll free right up and it'll go, and you can actually see it drip through the bearing and take the foreign matter out. So you can lube them by just spraying it on there. Getting some lube on there before any corrosion begins is the best way. Prevent first, then you don't have to repair. So that's just kind of how that works. So that begs the question, which one is number one in this little head-to-head battle? So I really like this one. This is the Kraton 8S, and I've said that a lot because right now that one's number one in my collection. That one's reigning top of the pile. We even built racetracks for this one so we could play with it more often. So this one rating number one doesn't mean it's gonna win this one, because at one point, this was number one. So under the conditions and the way we rated things and the way we laid it out for you, the Xmaxx is the king of the snow for AJ Jam Studios 2022. This is the one where we've got the best car for the job on the bench, and it's the Traxxas Xmaxx. The Kraton 8S is definitely one of our favorites. However, Traxxas came out with one that's kind of equivalent to that. It's called the XRT. And in this video, we put it head to head with the Xmaxx. In this video, you know, we're gonna get after something pretty cool here. We've gone through a pretty tough winter up here, and we finally got down to where most of the snow is gone. the area around here has started to tighten up a little bit so we can get back into the areas we like to go. And in this one, we've got the X-maxx and we have the XRT. We did the winter test on the XRT, but we didn't have the chance to actually get out and put it through its paces in normal conditions. We're not planning on hitting the ramp or anything. This is all nature between the two. This one is all stock, and we did discover that the tires, although they look it, they are not belted. They should swell and everything. We haven't spun it up with those on it yet because it was all snowy and they don't work well that way. Now we actually get to test the tires too. Everything in that one is stock. We'll run it at 8S and 6S. The X-maxx, on the other hand, is a little bit modified. Now, we did do quite a few things to it as far as the suspension goes. So we did wind up changing the arms and the out carriers and all that cool stuff. Still, the rest of the drivetrain, the motor and the gearing and all that is still stock, so it should be competitive this way. We did have the speed control go bad in the X-maxx, so now it has a Max 6 in it. This one will also run 8S and 6S, and we're going to be really balanced on how we check these out. We're going to run them individually, then we'll mix the footage up and see how it looks, but it's the impression that counts. Now, when we do these versus videos, we have people say, you can't compare this and you can't compare that. I can compare a Volkswagen to a Mercedes if I feel like it, because if I'm looking at both, I want to know what each one does. Whether they're exactly in the same class or not, we don't care here. It's a matter of, will I buy this one over will I buy that one? This has most of the X-maxx interior in it as far as the running gear and all that, but it's squat to the ground, it's low, and it's supposed to be fast. This is the first time we've got it into real traction. So we're gonna get our run on, and then we're gonna come back and tell you what we think. Okay guys, I've come out here by myself this time because I want an unbiased check on this. I'm just gonna run each one and see how much they respond and how they act and which one's the most fun to drive. At the end of the day, that's really what it comes down to. They're made basically of the same components, so durability should be really similar, except the X-maxx has been upgraded in the durability department. That's really not what we're here to check this time. This time we're here to see exactly which one's the most fun. We do have some dirt bikes out here today, and of course, you'll probably recognize the area. You've seen it on the channel before. So let's get these things out and we'll see what they're made of. Here we go. All right, so there's the running footage for the comparison of the two, and there's a couple noticeable differences right away. Now, first off, right now the X-maxx has the XRT tires on it, and of course, the sledgehammers are on the XRT. We ran half the batteries that we were gonna run, and we ran multiple packs through both cars, and then we switched them because it's only fair to try them with each set of shoes to see how they handle. Now, this one is definitely bigger than this one. It's wider and it's more stable, but speed for speed, these things are pretty much equal straight out of the box. We've changed no gearing in these at all. They're still stock for the stock gear that comes in it and the stock motor. The speed control in the orange one has been upgraded since the other one burned up. Still, these two are real equal when it comes to speed. The handling is where it's different. Now, getting through the natural tundra, if you will, the orange one, or the X-maxx, seems to get through the heavier debris a little bit better. And that has a lot to do with the ground clearance. So there's a lot more clearance underneath this one than there is under that one, but still, the tire size makes a big difference on that. When you get the sledgehammers or you put just the X-maxx tires on that thing, it gives it a little more paw, gives it a little more bite, and it can get up and over stuff every bit as well. This is what I always wished that would have been. You know, the X-maxx has got a fairly high center of gravity, and that's right, because it's a monster truck and they're designed that way. Body, chassis, everything sits high in those, and that gives it that high center of gravity, so it likes to high side. It does like to get up on two wheels, and you can pie out the tires good, and the sledgehammers, they pie out just like anything else, more so on 8S. If you're running these on 6S, they're still very comparable, and we do have a blast on 6S. The thing is, if you run these on 6S, they're a blast to play with unless someone else digs an 8S out, and then yours seems to be going a bit slower than theirs. But on 6S, they handle good, they go pretty darn good as well, and it's a lot easier on the components. It's harder to break them. Now, the thing is, this is all stock, and we pushed it hard, and we didn't break anything, and that's amazing. We got lots of cartwheels and tumbles. The video that you saw was a compressed version of our overall outing, and there was more than one involved in that, and we really pushed these to see what's up, and I'm glad we did. We didn't take them to the ramps because that's not what this was about. However, the X-maxx, on the other hand, you know, when the X-maxx has the XRT tires on it, it doesn't get around very well in the woods at all. It has a lot of spin, less bite. It can't keep up. It just can't. But on 6S, when you put the same tires on them, they handle very evenly. So that's how you kind of have to rate this. Part of this is when you look at these two cars, which one works for you is really what it comes down to. If you like the look of the X-maxx, understand it has a slightly higher center of gravity and it's narrower. This has the wide max arms on it, stock. Now the X-maxx has been upgraded. It has RPM arms on it. We had to change the outdrive carriers or the hub carriers on it all the way around, because what we did with this one would have broke the stock arms right away. It wouldn't have taken that much. All it took was a tumble or two and it would have broke parts. But with the upgrades on the X-maxx, it held up. However, the XRT didn't need any upgrades and it's still running good. That being said, the question still stands. Which one would you pick if you could only have one? And that's the hard deal. Now, as it stands, holding down third place in our list is the X-maxx. And we haven't got to go through the second review on this one to see if we can come up in the list at all, simply because we only had snow to run in before and it wasn't a fair test to get it up on the list. That will probably be in one of the upcoming videos. We'll get this one up on the list where it belongs. But as it stands right now, these are pretty equal pegging, guys. They really are. The thing is, this one, it's a monster. The XRT is huge. It's great big, it's wide, it's long, and you do have to carry it when you're putting it in the car. And that takes a little doing, but that's okay. I mean, if you're gonna get a big car like this, you're ready for that. Still, at the same time, The Xmaxx has a look to it that is unmatched anywhere else. You can't quite get this look anywhere but having an Xmaxx. Both are fun, both are fleet of foot, and both are cool when you watch them run. The thing is, this one here, the XRT, lands, for me personally, a lot closer to my comfort zone, what I like. The Xmaxx sits a little tall for my liking. I like more performance in my RCs. This one with the wing on the back, the styling of it, this is really, in my opinion, a lot more comparable to the Kraton 8S up on the shelf there than it is to the Xmaxx, but the build is about the same. The tub is a little different, it's lower to the ground. But for me personally, and I'm not speaking for the channel on this one, guys, for me personally, if I had to pick one and only have one, wow, I'd like to tell you which one it is. But I'm gonna keep that one to myself, because if you like one, that's the one that's right for you. What matters to me, not so much. Still, if you like the orange one or you like the blue one, you're not wrong. Both are good. However, I do think that the XRT, which is a newer model, has a lot more durability to its parts than the original Xmaxx did. This is an 8S Xmaxx, but it still had some frailty in its parts and it did require some upgrade. I just think the XRT is more up to date than the Xmaxx. And don't get me wrong here, guys, I love them both. If you want this kind of performance and size, this is really one of the only places you can get all that stuff. You can get it from the other brands as well, but no one else makes an Xmaxx, and I haven't seen another XRT anywhere. There are similar vehicles out there, but the experience you get from each one of those is unique. A friend of the channel called the other day, and he had pawned his Xmaxx in order to get the funds to start his business, and I totally understand and support that. He offered it to us because he was going to lose it, and we went and picked it up. This is Pawn Shop number 2, part 1, Xmaxx. In this video, we're doing Pawn Shop special number 2. Now, if you'll remember, in the first one, we made the Outcast out of a pawn shop, Notorious, that we got at a budget price, but by the time we got it upgraded and all that stuff, it was fairly expensive anyway. In this video, we've got the Xmaxx, and this one we got at the pawn shop, and it costs $350, has the radio and all that stuff in it. As far as that goes, we got a single battery charger with it, and that's pretty much what's there. In this video, we're gonna go through the car and see what it is, see if everything works. Really don't know, they didn't have batteries, so we don't know if it even functions. We'll see what this thing is, and then we're gonna build it, and we're gonna build a good one. Now that build will be in the next video. This one here is just a teardown to see what it is and see what we're gonna need for parts. Then we'll get those parts in and we'll do the build video. Then we'll take it out and test it and see how well it operates. Now the thing is, this video we're gonna track the cost on everything and let you know if buying them from the pawn shop, even at a discount, $350 ready to go versus basically $1,000 for one out of the box, is it worth doing? If you get one that's pristine and works perfectly, I'd have to say absolutely yes, it's worth it. But if you get one that needs something, if the gears are stripped or the motor doesn't work or the speed control is trash or the radio doesn't function, any of those things, you might be into it for more than just buying a new one. So let's have a look at it. We'll get our hands-on inspection going here and see if there's any loose components right off the get-go. The steering linkages feel a little bit loose, but that could just be breaking on the components. The rear end, it's feeling pretty snug right now, so that's good. So all of that's pretty well, so let's go ahead and get the tires and wheels off. I'll speed this up so it doesn't take too long. And the tires look really nice. They don't look like they have a lot of hours on them, so that's a good thing too. However, I've seen these Badlands before and they're a pretty heavy tire. Getting a little closer inspection here, see if anything's actually loose in the drivetrain. So far, so good. Let's get the body out of the way. And let's just check for any broken components, the plastic bits and whatnot. So the best way to do that is get in there and flex them some to see if there are any separations in it. Make sure everything is nice and tight. Check the suspension and make sure everything functions nice and smooth. All right, so the inspection on the suspension went pretty good. Everything looks pretty nice. Everything moves freely. The shocks still feel like they have their fluids in them and all that good stuff. So that's a step in the right direction on this car. However, I'm not really a fan of the mismatched arms. Still, if the arm color is not a thing for you and you don't care about symmetry and all that, this will function the way it is as far as the first inspection. So we're going to go and get inside of it now and pass by the arms and all that stuff. We are going to do some changes to it, but at the same time, if that's not a thing for you, you could bypass that and go straight on to the other parts. Still, this came with the Badland tires. And these don't look like they have very much mileage on them, so I don't know if they even ran these much. You can still see all of the brand new looking tread and stuff on them, so they haven't run this much. But there's the stock ones, and there's the Badlands. Definitely a difference in weight there, so this should affect your gearing. If you put these on your car, make sure and keep an eye on your temperatures. Let's see if the electronics work. All right, so let's plug a couple of batteries in here and get some juice to this system. Make sure everything connects properly. There we go. And always turn on the transmitter first, so we'll make sure that green light comes on and we're good to go there. Go ahead and start up the ESC. And the steering seems to function, so that's a good sign. Uh-oh. So now we don't have any throttle. So the steering works, but there's nothing to the motor, and if you look down in here, you'll see this green light flashing. That's not a good thing. All right, so we do have an issue. The servo works good and it sounds a little coarse, but it is still working, so that's okay. But we're using 9,500 milliamp hour batteries, and these fit in there just fine, and they are the Traxxas designed in. So everything goes together the way it's supposed to, and it boots up okay. However, we do have a fault signal coming out of the ESC. It could be motor, could be speed control settings, it could be just about anything, but the radio does appear to be functioning. Now, I'm not a super fan of the Traxxas radio, so I might wind up swapping that out. Still, at the same time, we got to figure out whether it's the speed control or the motor that's causing the problem. We don't even know if the gearing's good yet. So with that little hiccup, let's dig into it and see what it is. But one thing, before we start tearing into this, let's check the manual here, and that's right here. Now, I know that if you buy one at the pawn shop, you may not get the manual with it, but you can look these up online at the Traxxas website. And they carry all that stuff in there, so you can check it out. And if you take a look at this page here, this is page 15 in the Traxxas X-maxx manual. It tells you about the speed control and whatnot. Now, I did a quick brief look at it, and if it flashes green, we need to recalibrate the speed control to neutral. So there's a nice little 6-step deal here to show you how to do that. We're going to go ahead and try that first before we do anything else. So we're going to try and recalibrate the radio system and get it to neutral and see if the electronics work. If that doesn't do the job, then we're going to have to try swapping out some components and see what the issue really is. So let's do this first. Okay, so make sure the transmitter is on first, and then we'll go ahead and connect the batteries. There we go. Now when you do this, you want to push down on the easy button right here and hold it until the light flashes red. There you go. When it's red and blinking, go ahead and pull the throttle to full and hold it till it blinks. Push it away to the brakes till it blinks again. And once it goes solid green, you should be calibrated. I like to turn it off and then turn it back on to make sure that the components retain the new settings, and then let's test it. All right, so we successfully recalibrated the speed control and discovered deeper issues. Now, the problem being is that the motor tries to turn, and if you grab it by the rear here and try to turn it, it's really stiff. And that could be anything from the bearings on the outside, bearings on the inside, to the motor itself, and that can be a real issue. So Now that we know that the speed control is calibrated and it's functioning properly as far as the radio goes, and it's grunting when it tries to take off, we're going to connect a different motor to it and see if it spins up properly. If that's the case, we'll disassemble the back end and find out what the problem is. Okay, so let's go ahead and disconnect the motor here and get that new motor in place. Now this is just a tester, so we're going to connect it. And we're just going to see if the ESC will spin this motor up. That's the important bit here. So it doesn't matter which way we connect those, it'll spin the motor no matter how you hook them up. So we'll get everything turned on here, and then we'll turn on the car. And there's a lot of torque in these motors, so if you're going to do this, you want to hold it down, make sure it can't jump around. Yeah, I'm liking that. Throttle forward, brakes, and backwards. All right, so it spins up pretty nicely with the SSS 492, and this is a, let me make sure I get this right, it's a 1650 kV motor, and this is too big lengthwise to fit in the car. This one does spin up nicely. The thing is, you might assume, well, that's your problem, and it could be. But at the end of the day, if the motor that's in it can't get the wheels turning, it'll cog like that, and that could be resistance. So it's not necessarily a motor issue, it could be a bearing or a gear issue. So now we need to tear the back end apart and find out if it's something binding up in the system or if it is genuine motor problems. So let's pull it apart and find out. All right, so we got to get this cover off here first so we can see down into the pinion area. And make sure that the gears and everything look right down in there. But you have to take this apart just to get the motor out. So we'll go ahead and remove this. There's the cover plate. And let's test it. It does seem to roll okay, so I don't think there's any bearing binding in there. Now you have to go at this from the bottom, and there's 4 screws here. And this should come right out of the top here, just like that. And be careful, there's still a lead for the fan on that, so don't pull that loose. Let's check it out. No, it seems to spin all right. So while it's out of the car, this will remove any of the gearing issues. We can test it directly here. So we're going to do the same thing. And give it some throttle. Yeah, that's not good. This one is definitely toast. All right, so we definitely have a motor issue. This thing turns okay. There's no resistance in that. It feels a little snug, but it's not anything that it shouldn't be able to handle. And it cogs immediately when you turn on the throttle. So this one is blown. It's not a good motor. That's an expensive hit right there. The other one is just a little bit longer and won't fit in the factory mount for this, so we're going to have to order a motor. That could take a little while to get in, but at the same time, we're going to have to replace this to get this up and running. I've seen these things selling for $250. I've seen them down to $200. Either way, that's a $200 hit for the value of the car, and that doesn't count any of the other upgrades or things we have to do to get it to where it should be. So let's go ahead and get the parts in, and we'll continue. All right, so we did some online research, and we discovered that we could get one of these motors brand new from a secondary dealer who parts these out for about $172, including shipping and all that cool stuff. Now, when you throw $350 at the car plus $172 for a new motor, and we haven't even gone through the entire car yet, the price is starting to stack up. Now, when we do the build on this, we're going to do some altering to it to make it the car that, this one's for Tina, so we're going to make this the car that she wants it to be. It's going to have the wide arms and all that stuff. We won't include that in the price for getting this thing up and running out of the pawn shop. That's not fair. That's modifying it to something that we want it to be. Instead of using the motor that we already have, which will fit with an altered motor mount, we're going to put the factory motor back in it and return this to stock as far as that goes. We will alter the arms and all that stuff, but that will not count because the arms that are on it do function. They're not pretty, but they work. So that's one thing. Another thing that I noticed on this car is that the RPM arms do not have the locking hinge pins in it, which means if you take a really good tumble, it'll pull the hinge pins out of the front or the rear. you need to have the ones with the nut in it. So we'll have to buy those. Those come in at about $12 for a set. When we order those in, those will go on the tally for the car too, because since it has the RPM arms on it, you need to put the RPM parts with it so that they perform properly. So that's what we got for the video on this one, guys. Stay tuned for the next one. And if you haven't already, don't forget to bash that like button and help our content spread. Continuing on with the Pawn Shop series for the X-maxx, this is part 2. Welcome back to Pawn Shop Special number 2. This is the X-maxx edition, and we got this one at the pawn shop for $350. Now, full disclaimer, we know the guy that owned it, and he hawked it because he needed the money to start his business. Very cool. He was going to lose it to the pawn shop, offered it to us, and we grabbed it. Now, the thing is, in the first video, which is part 1, and that'll be right up here for the link on that, that one we went through the suspension, we went through the radio gear, and we went through the motor and whatnot, and it did have a burned out motor, and it did have the, what are these ones? Yeah, had the Badlands on it. And these things weigh up. In the first video, we went over all of that for you. So you know what putting the different tires and wheels on, it can be a problem. If you're curious about that, check out RC Tires 101 in the 101 playlist, and we go over it in detail and show you what to look for when you're buying tires. At the same time, in this video, we're going to go right into the, we're going to skip the suspension. We did that in the first one. We're going to go right into the differentials. The center one is still good to go. It feels normal. Everything's working well in there. So we're not going to break the car in half and go after that. We're going to go after the end one. So front and rear differentials. In this video, we're going to show you how to get them out. We're going to show you what they consist of, and then we're going to make sure everything's good to go and put them back in the car. That's just normal maintenance, basically. But when you buy a used RC, whether you get it from a pawn shop, a buddy, somebody that you met online, whatever, you never know what they did to their car, and it's always good to check. Okay, so let's get this front bumper out of the way. Now there are 2 screws on the top here, and we'll separate that just like that. And there are 2 more down below. We'll back these out real quick. Keep in mind, guys, if you're using a power screwdriver, don't go fast, nice and slow. There you go. Bumper off. Now we need to get the skid plate out of the way. And this is the same on the front and the back as far as the skid plate and stuff goes. So there you go, 4 screws. Lift that out of the way, just like that. All right, now there's 5 screws on the bulkhead here. So there's 1 in the center at the bottom, and then there's 4 along the sides, 2 per side. There we go. And this can be a little stubborn, but it'll pop off. There you go. Just like that. And there's the differential. Here's the screws that we used, and 1 is a different size than the other 2. Remember where that one goes. Okay, with a little fidgeting, you can get this out. And that doesn't look too bad on the outside. At least it was well lubricated. Now let's take a look at the pinion and make sure none of the teeth are damaged. Roll it a couple of times and just inspect each tooth as it goes. This one actually looks pretty good. Well, let's do a quick cleanup on it. Get some of that goop out of the bottom. There we go. And there's a stub on the one side. And so this goes in with the diff gear to the left, that's this side, and it'll fit right in that way, but with it the wrong direction. And it would normally fit in there, but that stub, that'll stop it from going in. Just like that, it won't go. Turn it around and it fits right in. So that helps you keep from putting it in backwards. But if you don't have that stub, remember, the differing when you're facing the car is on the left. Let's go ahead and break this down now. We'll do a little cleanup on the outside. Get some of that goop off. Now I always recommend wearing gloves for this because it's messy. All right, let's take it apart. There's 4 screws here. We'll back them out. Nice. Let's see what's inside. That doesn't feel right. Oh, look at that. That's not the normal diff fluid that comes in these things. Let's get the gasket out of the way. This looks like it's going to need some deep cleaning, so we'll go ahead and move this out of the way. And be real careful with that gasket. It's just silicone. It's not all that strong. Everything seems to turn okay, but this is not okay. I got to find out what that is. Okay, and this doesn't really feel like your normal heavy diff fluid either. There's something goofy about it. There we go. Look at that. That's not normal. So that means we're just going to have to clean the entire diff out. So let's take it all the way down. Full disassembly. Get the spider gears out first. There we go. Look at all that down in there. See if we can work some of that up. Imagine that. Well, that's the risk you take when you get a used RC. You never know what they've put in stuff, so it's always good to inspect it. Well, at least it's still spinning good. So let's go ahead and take it apart, and this screwdriver does help it from spinning in your hand. It's got one screw right there, and then the drive axle hub will come right off in your hand. Okay, let's go ahead and get that bearing out. Oh, that's all that is the dust cover. We can put that back on. So we'll tuck it in real quick so we don't lose it. And when we clean it, we'll put it back. Now to get this gear out of here, we want to go ahead and push through with the screwdriver, and it'll loosen everything up and it'll pop right out. And be careful, it does have a seal on it. Let's get as much of this out of the way as we can. I don't want to track it all over the table, so we'll try and get as much off as possible. There we go. It's really dense. There we go. And let's get all the goop out of the teeth if we can. And let's take the other side apart as well. So get that screwdriver in there, it'll help you break it loose. There we go. And just back the screw out. Now this is into metal, so we will use Loctite when we put it back together. There we go, pull the drive hub out. And get the bearing off, and we're going to need to push that through as well. Now be careful not to mess with the threads. A nice wide screwdriver does a pretty good job of this. Nice. Now you see that if you look in there, the seal is still in there, so we want to make sure and get that seal out. And this is only silicone, so be real gentle with it. That actually looks pretty good overall. All right, get the seal off the other one. And right behind the seal, there's a couple of washers, one on each one of these, and they're not metal. So I knew something was wrong with the fluids as soon as I got it open. It was really stiff, and these aren't really stiff on the front and rear, so I knew something got adjusted in there. So I got a hold of my friend and I asked him what he'd done to the differentials. And come to find out, he couldn't get a hold of silicone earplugs, so he jammed silly putty in there. And although it feels like it would work really well, silly putty is 17% crystalline quartz, which is a huge abrasive, and you don't want to put that in there. It'll wear things out really fast, so that's going to require a serious cleaning. Now we went over it really good, and we used silicone spray to make sure and loosen everything up and get it out. So now they're clean. But keep in mind, guys, just because it feels like the right consistency doesn't mean it's the right stuff to use. It has to be lubricative, and it has to not wear on the parts. And silly putty absolutely will not last in the long run. It'll just gut your differentials and you'll have problems. So keep that in mind. Now that things are ready to go, let's get down on the bench and we'll show you how to put it back together. We've got our components here. There's the spur gear, the outer bearings, the drive cups. We've got our bell gasket here. We've got our outer gears here. We have our differential bell here. we have our PTFE washers, which are not metal. You got to be pretty careful with those. And then there's the silicone gaskets, and of course the spider gear assembly. Here's your part numbers. All right, so let's go ahead and get busy with the reassembly. Now that it's all been cleaned up, we'll have a good look at it, and we're going to put this washer on first. That gives us some protection against the gear, and then we're going to put the gasket in place. And this will be the same for both pieces. So both of these will have the same layout. Here we go. While we're at it, let's do them both. And be careful not to let these gaskets twist. There we go. Those are in good shape. Let's go ahead and take the bell here, and we'll fish one through. Get it lined up. Make sure everything's clean, and we're going to want to put the bearing on first. So we'll get that on there. Slide that through. Everything looks good. Set her down for a second, and we'll get some Loctite on the screw here. There we go. Now be careful, only use the blue stuff on this. If you use the red stuff, it causes huge problems. It makes them really hard to get apart. So only use the blue Loctite on this kind of thing. Check the fit. Everything feels pretty good. Let's move on. We'll slip the piece in. There we go. Check the fit. No binding. Good. Let's get that bearing in place. And then we'll go right after the drive cup here. Everything is moving freely. So let's get that other screw. Get a little Loctite on it. And the reason we're using Loctite here, guys, is because it's metal to metal, so you definitely want to get some of this on there. You don't have to use Loctite when you're going into plastic, but when you're going into the metal stuff, you definitely want to get some on there. A lot of vibration in these, a lot. Now let's assemble the spider gear assembly. And if you take a look, there's a notch in both of these. Those will come to play here in a few minutes. We'll show you what that is. So let's get the gear on first, and they have to face towards the center. And we'll get our block on the outside. And the block holds everything in position once it's in the bell. So face the two gears together and get the block on the outside. Like that. Spread those out a little bit because they have to fit over that outer gear. Quick assembly on the other one. It goes together exactly the same way. And when you place these in there, watch how this goes in. You can drop it right in place and just spread everything to the sides. Make sure it fits down in those blocks. Have to fit down in these slots. So it can be a bit of a trick sometimes. And then see right there, keep the flat spot so it's facing up. And when you put this one in, you're going to want that flat spot facing down. Then they can interlock. That's what the important part to that is. They have to interlock. So when you drop it in, you get everything lined up. Make sure those push down together and lock in as one. And the reason for that is it keeps the gearing even, so they run at the same elevation. So push it down tight. And see how those are like one rod now? That's because of those two flat spots, and it runs nice and smooth. There we go. So we're going to use 80K in the front and the rear. So this is the brand we're using. And it doesn't really matter what brand you use. We just picked this one up because it was handy, but it's still the right consistency. So this is what we're aiming for. So you want to get a certain amount on the top, and then you need to run it down into the gears. Now do this real slow or you'll pop those spider gears up. So you got to turn it real easy. And what we're trying to do here is get the fluid into the bottom of the differential. We need to get that filled up. Run it both ways. The gears lifted a little bit, so I had to push them down. So they're down now. And that stuff is real sticky. So now we'll go ahead and top it off. And you don't want to fill it all the way up because you have to make room for the other gear that's going to go in this side. So you want to have a little less than full, and it's kind of an eye judgment type of thing. You have to look at it and make sure there's the room in there. You don't want it to be completely filled up. You need room for movement. So just leave it low a little bit, and then we're going to clean up the edge here so we don't have any spillage, no mess. There we go, just like that. See how it's not all the way to the top? So let's get the gasket in place, and it doesn't really matter which side you put it on, whether you put it on the bell or you put it on the spur gear, as long as the holes line up exactly, because there's little stubs that have to go through there on the spur gear side. That looks pretty good. Now make sure that you line these up directly. They have to go right in the right spot. Look through the holes and make sure everything lines right up. You'll feel it pop in when it actually gets there. But if you don't line this up right, you're not going to get it to click down, and you may have a bind in your gasket, so be real careful. There we go, and it clicked in just fine. Now we can screw it back together. Now we are screwing into plastic here, so we're not using Loctite. So we'll do the first two screws the old-fashioned way with a hand tool. There we go. And you always jump one side to the other. You don't go around in a circle when you install these. Make sure you go one side to the other, and it holds everything flat as it goes together, and you don't get any binding. I know that sounds kind of strange, but if you go around in a circle, it can fasten it down wrong and you can have problems. So always jump across when you put these together, and don't tighten them down yet. Just get them in there so it's holding it snug down. Now we'll do things the easy way. And we are threading into plastic, so even though this is sped up, we're going in nice and slow so we don't overheat the plastic. The problem is when you run in a bolt like that, the threads can actually cause a lot of heat, and it can melt the plastic, and then you can't keep your bolts tight. So always real slow with these things. Melting the plastic is a bad thing, and eventually you'll wind up buying a new bell. Always tighten by hand. There we go. Get them down snug. Then cross over and tighten them down. There we go. And we'll go right around the rosy here and make sure everything's snug. There we go. Just like that. Sure looks good. All right, so that being done, it feels real smooth now. Everything feels the way it should. It's clean inside. The bearings are good. We did lose a dust cover, but we put it back on. No problems there. So this is ready to go back in the car. The front and the rear build the same way, so we're not going to show you the build on the other one. It'll be identical to this, and we are going to use 80K in both. And that's just a test that we're going to do. I'm trying to level out the drive on it, and we'll see how that works out. We may change it later, but this is a sample to see how it works. So let's go ahead and put this back in the car. So getting this to sit in there, you need to fish it in one side first, and then connect the other drive axle on the other side, and it'll snap right in. This might take a couple of tries for you to get locked in, but it does go. Now we'll get some lubrication on there, and we'll put the bulkhead back on. Make sure it snaps in, so you'll hear it. There we go. And of course, I like to do the center screw first. It holds everything in place while you get the outer screws in place. And then always torque by hand, guys, always. Nice. Let's get the skid plate back in place. Just like so. Run the screws in. Nice. And torque by hand. Good. Let's put that bumper back in place. So bottom first, and then line up your top areas. Get it in there. Make sure your bottom's sitting in the right place. And then let's get the screws in. Bottom first. There we go. And those are just snug. We'll get the top ones in. And then we'll torque them by hand. Beautiful. There we go. All right, that behind us. The front build went really well. Everything feels nice and smooth, and it was worth doing. I got to tell you that. We're going to go straight on to the back now. We're going to show you how to get that out. We're going to skip the build on this part because all you have to do is refer to what we did on the front diff. They're identical, so that's going to be fine. We'll show you how to get it out, show you how easy that can be, and then we'll show you how to place it back in the car. The cool part is it's got that little stub on the one side, so you can't put them in backwards. At least this version has that. If you don't have that little stub in there, remember when you're facing the car, diff ring is on the left. So let's go ahead and tear it down. Okay, so this is pretty much the same as the other one with the exception of the wheelie bar. So we'll pull the 4 screws, just like that, and the wheelie bar lifts right off. And then the rest of this is pretty much identical to the other one. So we're not going to talk. Check it out. So as far as disassembly goes, the rear end is pretty much identical to the front end with the addition of the wheelie bar, and that's really not a big thing at all. The wheelie bar, it has the 2 at the top, and this just wedges in at the bottom, and that's the only difference between the front and the rear as far as taking it apart goes. So that makes everything very simple to work on for these things. So we'll put it back together right quick here and show you how easy that is. You saw the front, it's just the same in the back. It's going to be quick. And we'll get on with it right now. There you go, guys. There's the diff rebuild for the X-maxx. Now, those differentials really were in bad shape as far as what they had in them. He hadn't run it long enough to really cause any lasting damage, but having grit in your differentials is never a good idea. If you're going to put silica in your differentials, you might as well throw the thing in the garbage, because after a short period of time, it would just destroy those differentials altogether. It was a real pain to get out, and that's just how it goes with these really thick fluids. Now, I'm glad we checked all this stuff. We're not completely done with this yet. The suspension checked out. We got the new motor. We still have to get that installed and all that good stuff, and then we'll do the tally. This is all going to be in the next video. This is all we have time for here. I hope it was instructive. I hope it was helpful. You know, if you haven't already, don't forget to bash that like button and help our content spread. If you guys have anything you want to add to this video, please feel free to leave it in the comments down below and help others along the way. In this video, we finish up the build for the Pawn Shop X-maxx video series. This one's pretty cool too. I hope you like it. Welcome to Pawn Shop Special number 2. This is part 3 in the series, and in this one we're going to finish up the build on it to get it back up and running the way it should be, and we got the motor in. So the motor came in, and this one is brand new, so we're going to put this all together, show you how that works with the heatsink and whatnot. Also, the fans. This is the fan section right here, and these are missing blades and stuff, so they're out of balance. I don't even know if they work properly. They shouldn't, not the way they are. So we got new ones. There they are. So we've got 2 of these to put in as well. We'll get this all in the car and get it up and running. And then in this video, we're going to take it out and we're going to see how well it functions. At the end of the video, we'll give you a tally on what it costs to put this back together, what we paid for it, our investment basically in the car. So we'll know whether or not it was a good deal in the first place. I can already tell you it was a great deal, but still, we're going to go over the costs and let you know what it is. All right, so let's not waste any time. Let's get right down on the bench and we'll get this motor installed. So here's the fan assembly right here, and we're going to want to get these out. Notice that they don't have any blades in several locations on these, so they're way out of balance. Even if they spin, they won't do a good job. So here we go. We want to get these out. And be real careful. There are 4 latches here, so you need to pry the latch back, and I'm just going to grab inside here and lift. Go nice and easy. Oh, there we go, and now it's out. So we'll go ahead and disconnect this one. There you go. A lot of blades missing on that one. Get the next one out, disconnect it, and let's have a look at that one. Ooh, there's only 2 blades left on that one. Okay, so here's the new one, and we've got 2 of these. And we want to get the orientation the same, so we want to get that wire up just like that. Go ahead and connect it. And here are your mounting points. There's 4 of those. It'll press directly down over that to hold its location. So make sure the wire is in the right spot, and be careful not to pinch any of the wires putting this in. Same thing on the back. There we go. Let's get our connection, and then we'll tuck these down into place, and we'll try and get all the wires back up and out of the way so they don't interfere with the heatsink. There we go, just like that. All right, so here's the motor, and we've got a heatsink here that has, see the channels in it? They have to line up with the screws on the motor itself. So when you line these up, they have to line up like this to slide on correctly, and it goes on real easy. Okay, so there are 2 screws on each end that allow you to hook the heatsink up to the fan assembly, and it just goes between the fins, just like this. And of course, as usual, I got the fan assembly on backwards. We'll turn that around in a minute. The mounting points are the same, so we'll go ahead and put this together. There we go. Nice. Okay, so there's only one with the hole at the top. That will go on the shaft side, and it'll snap right down on that. Perfect. And it only has 1 screw here to hold this down. So we'll use this screw and fix it up nice and tight, and of course snug this down by hand. Always do your torquing by hand, guys. The back one on. There we go. We'll get this indexed so we can get the pinion on. And this little grub screw has to line up with that flat spot. There we go. And there's Loctite on this grub screw already, so I didn't have to add any new. I already had some on there. Here are your motor mount pins, and this is how you set it up for different spur gear and pinion gear sizes, and these little points help hold everything directly in place. It stops things from moving, which is really nice, and you'll notice that the pinion is lined up just right with the spur gear there, so I don't have to adjust that. There are the 4 screws in the bottom, and you always want to torque these by hand. There we go. Nice. Now we're going to go ahead and connect the fans to the radio. So we need to fish it through this one plate first. That's where you get your waterproofing. And then we need to go ahead and plug it down into the receiver. Right there. And let's go ahead and connect the wires while they're right there for the motor. Now for a power-up test, we're going to go ahead and use our 9500 milliamp hour batteries, and just to see that everything works. Power it up. The steering's functional, and the throttle works. So the new motor is connected properly. Forward is forward and backward is backward, so that's good. Now we're going to go ahead and check for the fans, make sure everything is spinning. We do have positive airflow, that's a good thing. And the one up there on the speed control is working as well. Let's get the cover on the radio box. And this can be a little tricky to get in there, but it does go. Now be real careful torquing these down. Don't want to do one side all the way down, just get it down snug and then start the second side. There we go. And we want to do the back side as well. And this is the waterproofing area for the leads right there. Let's check our spacing. Feels good. Real nice. Everything spins freely. Now let's get the cover on that. There we go. Real nice. Torque them by hand. Let's give it a check. Nice and tight, no movement. There we go. A little inspection, make sure we didn't miss anything. Go ahead and close down the battery boxes, and there we go. All right, so the motor's installed and it's all checked out, and everything seems to be working pretty well. The gear mesh is good, and those two little pins that help set the motor in place are pretty slick. And we did check, and it does have the stock gearing in it, so that's all good. However, we are not going to use the Badlands. We're going to put a set of X-maxx tires on it because we want to run it as stock as possible for this. And these are an old set, so they're not the greatest. They're a little out of balance, but they'll still work for our purposes to see if the repairs worked and make sure everything's working properly. Also, since this is going to be Tina's car, and I don't really want to destroy that beautiful green body, and we are going to do another video putting that together, but we're going to use, you probably recognize this one, we're going to use this body for the test. So if we do have any really bad accidents or anything, we'll destroy this one and not her body, and that will make that a lot easier. We can let it hang out a little bit better. This does have the RPM arm upgrade, and since the RPM arms are orange for most of the corners, it's going to look pretty cool just like that. So we'll snap the wheels and tires on it really quickly. We'll get the body installed, battery this thing up, and let's go see how it works. All right, the batteries are installed and we're ready to go. Let's do this. found the clatter point. That's what it is. So there's the running footage for the test, and we found a construction yard not too far from here and went out and just sort of had a good time in what was there. And that's usually the kind of bashing that we do anyway. We take what we find and we have as much fun with it as possible. And of course we did have some failure, and if you heard the clatter in the video, that was this getting wedged up into the wheel and clattering on the inside. Pretty straightforward and simple. This one here is a stock bulkhead up here on the front. So this one right here, stock, it does have the RPM ones in the back, but when we do the upgrade, it's getting the RPMs in the front as well. So that'll take care of that problem. I wasn't really too worried about that, considering this was just a proof that all of the upgrades or all of the parts we put in it did work, and they do. This is a screaming deal, and of course everybody that's watching this already knows that because these are really expensive. But just to go through the cost for you so you know what it was, the car itself came in at $350 right off the bat just for a roller. I know that's a good deal anyway. We know the guy that had it. He sold it to us through the pawn shop because he was going to lose it. That's how we wound up with this one, and he wanted to see it on the channel, so that was cool too. Two, the motor was burned out in it. That one came in at $172 and change. We did have to put tires on it because I'm not a fan of the heavier tires, and I didn't want to change a bunch of internals to make that run properly. We want to run it as close to stock as possible because this is going to be Tina's truck and that's what she desires. So we bought a set of X-maxx tires for it. They were $120 online for the set. And then of course the fans on the motor right here, those had missing blades and all that stuff, so they had to be replaced as well if we were going to keep things nice and cool. We're not going to count the cost of this. That broke during our testing. That is what it is, not a problem there. It's something that will easily change back out. So that doesn't count in it. This came in at a total of $682.36 out the door as it is. Now that's with all this stuff on it, so that was definitely a screaming deal, coming in at just about half price, maybe a little over half price of a new one. Definitely worth the time and effort, and if you like wrenching, it's a bonus right there because you get to do that as well. So if you haven't already, don't forget to bash that like button and help our content spread. You know, when you buy a used RC, no matter where you get it from, it's always a good idea to pull it apart and have a look and see what's going on inside the car. You never know what the previous owner has done to it, like we learned in this one with the differentials having silly putty in there. Silly putty is really abrasive, and if I'd left it in there, it wouldn't have lasted long. So always pull things apart, have a look at it, make sure your suspension travel's all good and all that good stuff. Test your electronics and make sure everything works on the bench before you go out and run it, because if something's loose or something's not working properly, you don't want to be in the field when you discover that problem. Still, when you get a used RC and you get to build it, and you know we like to build stuff here, when you get to build it, be a high performance one or a stock one, it doesn't matter. If you pull the trigger and it thrills you, you got the right one, and that's what counts. How you run your RCs is your business, and if it makes you happy, you're not doing it wrong, with two caveats. As long as you don't put anyone in danger and you don't go on private property. You have to have permission for those two things. Keep people safe and run where you're supposed to, and the community benefits from that. Since we built the pawn shop video, that X-maxx became Tina's, and she wanted some upgrades done to it, so we went ahead and this is the modification video for her to make the X-maxx, this one, what she wanted it to be. In this video, we've got the Traxxas X-maxx, and this is the build for Tina. So in this one, we're going to put this together the way she wants it, and to start with, it's going to get the wide arms on it. So these are basically the arms that come on the XRT now, and we're going to put these on it to make it a little bit more stable for her. We're also going to add the XRT tires and wheels to it. That'll look pretty cool, and we'll throw a couple of amenities in there to make it look nice, and we'll add a couple of things to make it just a bit more durable. This should be a pretty good video, guys. This one's for Tina. Okay, so before we start tearing this thing apart, I thought you'd like to see what we've got for problems here. And we took this out for a test run and have a look at this. So right in here, this hub carrier, the knuckles, all that stuff, it's all broken in there. And that stemmed from losing one of them little pin shafts that holds everything together up in here, and it allowed it to move and break. We have all new components for that, so we will be tearing that apart. The rest of this truck's in pretty good condition, so let's get it down on the bench and let's yank it apart. All right, so this is the Xmaxx kit, and right here is the big packet that's got the new coil springs and it has the steering links in it. Here's the new drive axles we're going to need. These are the upper and lower arms for the system. And here's the instructions, and these should show you everything you need to know about how to install the kit. It looks like a pretty good kit here, and it looks like it'll be pretty simple for installation. Okay, so let's begin with a high-speed teardown. This is basically removing all the arms, the bumpers, and whatnot, so we're going to go through this rather quickly because taking things apart is generally pretty simple. So let's just pull it apart, and then we'll get on with the build. All right, so we sped through the dismantling of this thing because it's pretty simple pulling screws and whatnot, and it wasn't a big deal. We did put all the screws in one container, and we're going to go in depth on how to put it back together. We did stop and do a little cleanup, and things look a lot better now. The shocks look pretty good, but we do have to take these apart anyway because we got to change the fluid in them, we got to change the springs, and we got to put the shock covers on. And we're going to start with that, so that'll be pretty good. The main chassis is in good shape. We do have the bell cranks. Those were broken. I talked to the guy that owned it, and he knew they were broken. I was unaware of that, and the tops were still holding, but the bottom brackets were broken. So we'll be changing those as well, and then we'll build the arms, and we'll put it all back together. So this is the part you've been waiting for, to see how it goes together with the stuff on it. So once you get it stripped down like this, it should go pretty easily. So let's get down with the shocks and get started. So let's begin with the shock absorbers, and these are pretty good sized. Xmaxx is a big truck after all. So there's a screw right here, and you need to back this screw out so that you can remove this collar, and the collar is the spring retention unit. So you're going to want to pull down and separate it from the link at the end, like so. Compress the spring and slide the collar off, just like that, and then you can remove the spring. Perfect, just like that. Let's do a little cleanup here just to make sure that things are functioning properly. And then just running a nut driver through here, or a hex driver, you can back this cap off, which will give you access to the fluids inside. There is a bladder cap right here. Don't lose that. Now that fluid's not looking very good. Check this out. There's a problem with the shock absorber, and we're going to need to figure out what that is. But in the short term, let's clean things up and get a start on it anyway. We'll clean things out, and this is just silicone spray. We've had no problems with this in the past, so we'll go ahead and use that just to clean out some of the fluids and get some of that dirt and debris out of it. The color is so bad on this one that there's definitely something wrong with it, so we're going to break it down a little farther here. Have a look at the end piece. There we go, just like that. And we got most of the fluids out. Let's go ahead and clean the rest of this off. We don't want to leave any of that dirty oil in there if we can help it, so we're going to do a fairly good cleanup on this. Okay. And let's just push this through and get as much cleaned out of the housing as possible, and then we'll do reassembly. There we go. Everything looking pretty good. We're going to go ahead and thread it down. And we're going to adjust this collar up a little bit because we are changing the springs, so we want to have it in a fairly neutral position. And we're going to use this 50 weight oil. And this is what we want to have in it. It calls for 40 weight, but I want to put 50 in there to give it just a little more control. Now, when you fill this, you want to make sure and get all the air bubbles out. This takes a little patience, nice and slow. And just work it up and down a couple of times, and you'll see the bubbles come up out of that. See the bubbles? So you want to get those out so that you can maintain as low of an air ratio as possible. Now, with the plunger all the way down in there, we want to put this cap on here, and that will keep the air from mixing with the oil. That's what that's for. So you want to be full up to that cap, but not over full. And then as things collapse and retract, that will take up space without letting the oil mix with the air. So you always want to have your shaft pushed all the way in when you do this, so you don't have compression when you completely collapse it. Let's go ahead and sort out these springs, and they look like a pretty good jumble, but they do come apart easy enough. So here's the new one. And we're going to put these covers on them to give it some protection and make it look good all at the same time. So these covers are pretty cool. We've got them on a couple of the other vehicles, and they do a pretty good job of keeping the dirt off the shafts and whatnot. So this is the hard way to do it. So fishing it down over the coil spring just like that, it looks pretty easy, but it does allow it to get stuck on the coils as you try to fish it the rest of the way through. So it can be a bit of a bear to do it this way. It's definitely the hard way. All right, now we're going to fish the shock through there, and be real careful not to push the other end loose as far as the cover goes. Keep it tucked in. Pull down evenly, and we're going to put that collar back on. Just like that. We've got to get it lined up because it has to snap into that end piece. You'll feel it when it goes. There we go. Just like that. And then gently put the spring up against it. There you go. And then we need to put that screw back. That retention screw will keep everything together under heavy impacts and things like that. So there's the shock absorber right there. Okay, so I know the sound quality is not the greatest right here because I don't have my stuff on, but at the same time, there's a much easier way to install these. Now, these can be fussy when you get over the springs because they can slip inside of there and whatnot. So what we're going to do here is I just happen to have a piece of PVC, and this is 3/4 inch, and you could use bigger, but this will slide right over it. This is nice, right? So if you get a look at it like that, it'll slide right over it. So before we do this, we're going to slip this onto the PVC, and it'll go right on because it's smooth. So you just slip it on like so. Okay, now we're going to set everything out of the way here for a second, and we're going to go ahead and bring this up to us. Okay, so now this is on the uphill side. Bring your spring in from the bottom. Okay, turn this around and set it like so, and just open this throat on this. And since that tube's inside, it'll slip right onto it, just like this. There we go. And it goes right on. It's way easier that way. And then all you have to do is tuck in your ends. So you even this out a little bit, tuck your ends in like so, and it makes it a much simpler task. And if you'll notice over here, I've already got 3 of these done, and it didn't click until the second one that this is the way to go about it. So use the PVC if you have some. A piece of sprinkler tubing would probably work as well. Just as long as this will slip over it, it'll do the job. And then of course the rest of assembly is simple. So there you go. That's the trick for that. Okay, so I want to take just a minute here and talk to you about the shocks. And the shock build went okay. One of the shafts was a little bit bent, and if you notice the dark color in the fluid when we poured it out, it was all dark gray and everything. And if you ever wonder where that comes from, well, here's what it is. This came off the Sen Racing Reaper. It's a pretty good size shock absorber, but it's bent. And if you'll notice, when you push it in, it stops right there because this is bent right here. Okay, so when you retract it like this, you can feel it bind. Well, why does it bind? Does it bind on this O-ring here? Not really. That's not necessarily where it binds. What it is as the shaft goes in, there's that plunger on the end up in there. That little guy. And what happens is, when this is bent, it pushes it into the barrel. So now the plunger starts to rub against the barrel in here. And that's not okay because aluminum's not a hard product. It's a fairly soft metal as far as that goes. And repeated rubbing of that cylinder with that plunger wears off particles and it gets in the oil. And that's where the color comes from. So if you're getting discolored oil, you're getting wear in there somewhere. And if you've got a bent shock shaft, that'll rub it against the wall in there and that'll cause that discoloration. Let's get back to the build.
Okay, so we're going to pull these arms apart and get everything cleaned up so we can put the new ones together. And we do need some of these components, so we're just going to strip these down. There we go. There's all the bearings and everything, just like that. And we'll do one of the front ones as well. We're not going to strip all four on camera. We'll just do one front and one rear. They're the same on each side, so you can always do the same thing for each side of the vehicle. Little trick here, just push down against the table and it pops it out. And the bearings feel a little gritty. We're going to have to do a little work on those. There we go. And now we're going to go ahead and take the axle out of it because we need to make the axles longer. So we're just going to get this little pin out and that will allow everything to come apart. It'll fish right out. Just like that. And this is what the actual drive axle cup looks like. Now you can see the difference in length here, and that's good because the arms are longer. You got to have the new axles, and at least these will be straight so we don't have to worry about them being bent or anything like that. They're brand new. So we'll fish them back into the cup and we'll put the pin back through it, and that's pretty much all there is to that CV as far as building it goes. Just like that, get it in nice and flat. Now you want to get the bearing on it, and that'll snap all the way down flush like so, and then fish it into the component itself. And these two for the rear, there's a left and a right, so be really careful which one you put into it. When you get them installed on the vehicle, there should be toe in on the rear wheels, and if you have them towed out, that means you put them on the wrong side. Building the front, it goes together pretty much the same way. It pushes through. Now we're using RPM hub carriers and we are using an aluminum front C carrier, and these work together really nicely. But since we're using locking hinge pins, we're going to need to drill out the arms to allow those hinge pins to go through, and they're only on the bottom arm. Just like that. And then we can put a nut on there, and that keeps things from coming apart. That's really important that you get that, because when you have a floating hinge pin in there, flex can be a problem. On the stock arms, not such a big deal, but if you switch over to RPM, they're a lot more pliable and you will have that come apart on you, so the locking hinge pins are a really good idea. On the top, we are using the factory pins, and so you just fish it through like so. And on one side of the arm, it's capped, so you don't have to worry about it, and then there's just a retention screw that goes right there. Just like so. There we go. And that's how that looks. Nice and easy, ready to go. All right, for the front here, there are some extra components you have to put together, and those are the pins that connect the C carrier to the hub carrier. And so getting these caps on here, they can be a little frustrating at times, but there's a little cap that goes over the end of the pin. And what happened on this is the reason it was broken is we lost one of those caps. The pin came out, it got hooked up in the wheel, and it destroyed the whole front assembly. So you want to make sure you get those snug down good. Don't over tighten them, but get them snug. All right, we'll put the drive nut on there. And then we have the clip that holds it in place. And I like to use a tool to just push that on. And there you go. Beautiful. Now for the build on the car, we're going to go into the steering assembly now because we do have a problem with that being broken. So the side that connects to the servo, that one's got a broken arm on it. So we need to take this whole thing apart to get to that. And there are a number of screws in here. So I'm going to let you just watch this come apart. It's a little finicky to get that piece out, but it does go without taking anything else apart. So here we go. Just like that. And we need to detach the connection from the servo. There we go. You get that out. And now the whole assembly should pop out in your hand. Just like that. And see how that's broken? We do have a new one, so we're going to put a new one in its place. We're not going to upgrade it. We're going to stay with the stock components. But let's strip this out first and get all the bearings and everything, because we're going to need these components in the new one. Always check your bearings and make sure they're moving smoothly. There we go. And then there's a screw in here to back out that'll take the compression out of the spring, like so. And that seems to move okay. But how do you get that bearing out? Push down on the screw and it'll force the bearing right out, just like that. All right, that one felt a little gritty, so we'll put it in some fluid. All right, so assemble the new one, put the components together, and we're going to put that screw back down in there. Now compress it a little by hand and then push down and snug it down. There we go. And that feels pretty good. Now we can snap our bearings down into it, just like that. Good. Just check the flow, make sure all the bearings turn easy, and then we're going to put it back in the car. And once you've done this a time or two, it goes pretty fast. I mean, it's the same thing each time, so you know what to take apart. The first time can be a little sketchy because you wonder where all the screws go, but the second time you go through it, you'll have the experience behind you and it'll go much faster. Personally, I prefer to have the stock components in here. If I'm going to have a failure, that's where I want it to be, is right there in a part that's cheap and easy to change out. Yes, you do have to get kind of involved, and you don't have to pull the arms and stuff to do it. But at the same time, it's a really quick install. Traxxas is pretty smart about how they build things for working on them. This one goes pretty easy in and out, and they even have specific slots that you can go through to hook the arms up after. So it's pretty slick the way they do it. And there you go. Okay. Now we're going to connect the arms, and we put the one screw on to hold it from the back side, one from the front, and we'll do the same thing there. We're going to put the back screw in first, install the hinge pin, and then we're going to put the front screw on, and that contains the hinge pin in place, just like that. Real nice. Okay, on the front, we're going to put the back screw in first, just like that. Stretch it over, make sure the drive shaft is in the cup, and push the pin through. Just like that. And we'll do the same thing for the other side now. Make sure it's in the drive cup for the axle. Get it lined up, and that should drop right through there with no problems. Straight up. Put the screw in for retention. Done. So the arms are on now. Let's move up to the other end of the vehicle here, and we'll get the front ones in place. So the same method applies. Get the screw in the back in first. There we go. Get the arms in place and then slide the hinge pin right in. We'll do the same thing for the other side. There we go. It's really straightforward. Once you get the feel for how this goes, it's a really straightforward build. Now we'll connect the top here, and it's the same thing. We've already put the retaining screw on the back side, so slide it through, and we'll put the screw on the front side, just like that. Slip that through, and of course, put the screw in the front to retain it. Done deal, arms are installed. Now we're going to connect the steering links, and see how the screwdriver goes down through this slot in the top? So there's a hole on the inside where the bit can go straight through it. That makes it easy to work on. Even with the machinery put together, it's pretty simple. Slide the skid plates in place and put our 4 screws in to retain it. Just like that. And of course, we've got the top 2 screws that connect it to the housing. There we go, bumper installed. We'll do the back one same way. Slides in place. You got your 4 on the bottom of the truck here. There we go. And then of course the 2 that connect it to the towers. Perfect. Now we'll get the shock absorbers in place. And these are pretty simple as well. You get them lined up, push the pin through, and then we want to get those retainer screws in place to hold everything, just like that. And we're going to connect them to the arms. The trick is to get the ball area lined up correctly so that it slides in there. They do go nicely into the arms. It's just a matter of getting those straight edges lined up with it. Once you get it lined up, it'll slide right into the arm, and the assembly is actually quite simple. There we go. Like I say, lining it up is the hard part. Just like that. Let's go to the other end, and it's the same thing up there. Nice. Now this is starting to take shape. I can see why Tina picked this color. I do like the green. And with the blue hubs that are on this truck, I don't think it'll be that big of a difference. I think you won't hardly even notice that. So let's get the XRT tires and wheels on it. And the upside is we have these because we swapped out the XRT tires and wheels for the sledgehammers. And so it's running the sledgehammers, which gave us these tires and wheels for Tina's truck, which is a really slick deal. All right. Now let's get the body on it. Here we go. Beautiful. Just like that.
All right, guys, there's the build for the X-maxx, and I showed it to Tina, and she loves it. She likes the width and the stance on it. And it went together pretty good. We did have a little struggle with the steering arms, but that's okay. That was a pretty easy change. What it comes down to is the guy that had it before us didn't actually lube things when he cleaned it up, and the outer bearings on all four corners, the big bearings that are on the drive shaft side, were froze solid. And it was spinning them in the housing, which ruined all of the the hub carriers. So we did replace all of those. It's got all new bearings in it. One of the bearings in the steering was also locked up. When you clean these things up, guys, if you can do it without water, that's preferable, because that will prevent any corrosion in there. If you run it in water, or you do get water in it when you're rinsing it out or whatever, once you dry it out, be sure to lubricate all the bearings. That's like mandatory. If you don't do that, you need to get down into the bearings and make sure you get some lubrication in there. They'll corrode and they'll lock down, and that's what we ran into with this one. So this went together pretty good. It's a beautiful vehicle, and that's about all I can tell you on that. Thanks for getting to the end of this one. You know, we really enjoy the builds, but they are intensive to make the videos for. You can't sit down and just wrench and stuff. And the thing is this build should have went pretty fast. But when you're trying to manipulate cameras and stuff, it took 2 days to get through this and get all of the footage lined up so you could basically see what was going on. And it was a much longer build than you got to see. We edited out a whole bunch of stuff because watching us do all four corners is kind of silly. And finally, the final video in this compilation, this is the one that we put out just because this is the most viewed RC on the channel. This one is most viewed. I'm under the weather. I don't feel all that good. I got a pretty good dose of the flu. We do have some bench videos coming up, but in the short term here, we're going to put out something as a test. And what we got here is our most viewed video is of this car, the X-maxx. And that one's got the most views on the channel, and rightly so. It's a really cool truck. In this video, you're gonna see the X-maxx run. If you watch the channel, you might have seen it before. Still, if you're new to the channel, this could be pretty cool. It's also gonna get joined by its brother, the XRT. Let us know what you think in the comments, guys. Here we go. Check this out. this is dumb. I know it sounds like fun. Let's see how it works.
Dude. dude. That was a rock? That was a rock! Go get it.
So there you go. Thank you so much for coming along on the ride for this one. You know, we have so much content for the X-maxx on the channel, and it is one of the favored cars here in the community that we figured we'd put it all in one place, at least up to date. There will be more in the future, but as far as for right now, this is everything on the channel in one place to make it easy to find. If you guys have anything you'd like to add, please feel free to get down in the comments and help others along the way. For AJ Jam Studios, I'm AJ saying, keep bashing.